Mm, I didn't have a song to sing. I was gonna sing something, but I can't think of nothing right now. I just wait till everybody come on. I start getting some people on, coming on, because I need to get some understanding or get some things straight or say my side of the story of a conversation that was heard, that was said earlier, a conversation that was had earlier, and I didn't get to say what I had to say. So I hope everybody had a Merry Christmas, a good Christmas. Mine was pleasant. It was quiet. Today I went out. I did some after Christmas shopping. I didn't have any intentions on doing it, but I did. So uh, my name is Classy Lady. I am a new channel. I've been on about a week now. Uh, right now I'm doing content right now, pretty much on myself, and I'll say slash reaction channel. I haven't figured out who or what I was going to talk about as far as being a reaction channel. So right now I'm just doing commentary on me and just things that um, I think that's worthy to talk about, or just to have people to listen. Just listen to me talk. Welcome everybody coming in. Hey Sheila, how you doing? I hope you had a good Merry Christmas. Um, See, I got 6 people in the chat right now. Um, I am a new content creator. Can you hit the like button? Possibly subscribe to my channel. That way, when I come on, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure most of you already know that that's an old song and dance when you go to everybody's channel to ask you to hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed, to go ahead and subscribe so that people can build their channel up. I am new. I am a small channel right now. Uh, I'm in the newborn stage. Hopefully to just get my channel up and popping a little bit. Um, they require a lot as far as a lot of hours to get your channel going. So, um, hey, it may take me a year, may take me 2 years to get there. I'm not in it for the money because I'm not hustling as hard as I would need to be trying to get a paycheck from YouTube. So right now it's just a pastime that people were encouraging me that I should get my own channel. Um, because I like to talk and people like to listen. So right now that's why I am with this YouTube channel. So y'all coming in, if you could hit the like button, let me know that you're here so that I can acknowledge you as you coming in. Hey Mocha, how you doing? I know it's more people that is just not just listening. Hit the like button, say hi, wave, funny emoji or something like that. Just not anything negative or insulting in the chat. I ask that you don't do that, please. I came on here to debunk some things and to be able to give my side of the story because I wasn't able to do that earlier. So I guess I should have tagged Bama. How are you feeling? I figured you would be listening and that you wouldn't necessarily be here. I'm surprised to see you on. I hope you get the feeling a little bit better. I know how it is not to feel well or whatever. It also irritates you as well when you're not feeling well. Anything can irritate you. Sheila, I spoke to you. You was the first one in here. You must didn't hear me. You was the first one that I saw. I'm kind of waiting on Bama to come in. Uh, I don't know. April may tune in. Yo Yo, hope she tunes in. I'm trying to wait a little bit. I did say I was coming on at 9, so it's not like they didn't know. Um, and I'm just here a little late. Well, hopefully you'll start to feel better sometime this weekend. If you're taking your medication, hopefully it'll kick in. Hopefully your medicine will kick in. I'm starting to lose my audience because, of course, I'm just talking and they don't know what I'm talking about. But that's fine. I'm not even worried about that. Some of the key people are in here, and I was waiting on another couple of people to come on in so that I can go ahead and debunk some stuff, or speak my piece, keep my peace, keep the peace. Lulu Turo, hello, how you doing? Hope you hit the like button. So is it the seed that you have, or is it the flu? Or that's good. I see that you're probably new to my channel. I don't know if you subscribe. Could you please go ahead and subscribe, and then you'll know when I come on, and maybe hopefully engage in some of the conversation, or you may have something that you want to talk about. Hey LaWanda, how you doing? Glad you can come over. Were any of y'all in Bama chat about an hour ago? Put a 1 in the chat if you was. Let me know. Oh, stomach flu? Okay. Hey, Tote the Money. How you doing? I had spoke to everybody over there, but I didn't get to speak to everybody individually. So now that you're over here in my chat, I can do that. I can speak to y'all individually. Hey, Gloria, how you doing? We got anybody else in the bushes? Come on down if you was in Bama chat, or put a 1 in the chat. That way y'all know what I'm talking about. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and say what yeah, Mocha, feel better. Everybody praying for you, because that's not a good thing. Lulu Tori, you was in what it do in her channel on her page too? Or you just putting the 1 because everybody else putting the 1? Y'all, as you come in, hit the like button. Don't forget. Oh, okay. Okay. Good. Good. Okay, I'm not gonna keep y'all long, because I've already been on here 8 minutes or whatever, and whoever's gonna come in, they gonna come in. Whoever's in the bushes, they in the bushes or whatever. Um, I came in. It was Bama, April Love, and Yo Yo. They had been on there for about an hour or a little bit more. Hey, Bam, I'm glad you came over. Um, I'm mad at you because you put me on mute, and then you couldn't get me off, and I was talking, and I thought y'all heard me say, "Can I say what I want to say?" And all the time that I was on mute. But anyway, when you said that you couldn't get me off of mute, I was like, okay, well, she had me on mute. No wonder they couldn't hear what I had to say. So with that being with that being said, I got unmad, and I do want to apologize because I don't want to bring any uh, drama or argument to your channel. I didn't. That wasn't my intentions, because I had been listening since you first came on. I just hadn't got on because I was cooking me some dinner, and I ate, and then I had been shopping today, so I was trying on some clothes while I was listening. So thank you, Tote the Money. So anyway, so I do want to apologize uh, for creating an argument, because evidently it was what I said that sparked that part. It was some other stuff going on, but I didn't spark that part. Uh, well, I guess I sparked that part, and then when you said you did it, no, you didn't. Y'all was already talking about some stuff that y'all were passionate about, and everybody is passionate about, and the person that everybody is passionate about is Roz. We all love Roz, and and we all miss her and stuff like that. And I do like you do when I want to hear her, or just get a laugh off of her doing a commentary going off. I will I have been listening to, some of her old lives, like was instructed. So the part that I wanted to talk about was, it was something April was had y'all were talking about something else, but anyway, it had gotten to the subject where April had said that she wanted to no, let me get it right. She had mentioned that she had read something in the sister circle that somebody wanted to do a cash out party for Roz. Okay, she made that statement. Then when she made that statement, I was in the chat and I said, I can't remember what I said. I said, uh, don't say that, or something like that, or whatever I said. I was trying to get her attention, not to say, oh, I said, don't take uh, stuff out the sister circle. And I put the explanation points. I didn't put the explanation points to scold her or do anything. A lot of times when I put explanations, I do it so to get people attention to read my comment. And it's not to, I don't put it in a negative way as far as that is concerned. Not towards her, not towards anybody in the circle or Raw Squad, because we're a sisterhood, and I do take that to heart. And one thing I don't want to do is get in a screaming match or argument with anybody in the sister circle, nor do I want to get in one with April, because I am a moderator on her channel. Now, she may take my mom stick after the day, but that's fine too. That don't mean that I won't support her, and I am a subscriber on her channel. So I had dropped down and I said that, but she had already made her statement. And I said, then I came back and I said, it was something in the terms of, I was trying to stop you, but I didn't get it out. In other words, she had made her statement, and I said, I think I'm trying to stop you from saying what you're getting ready to say. It was something like that. Well, I went back and I listened to Bama's live. She had already made the whole statement before I said I was trying to stop you, and that set her off. And she went off. Well, she said what she had to say, and I was down in the chat. I listened. I took her constructive criticism, and that was fine. But and that was the only two sentences that I put in there. Then she continued to go off on me. And so that's why I was saying, let me come up and explain myself. So when I offered to come up to explain myself, then she got to say that she was going to get off the live. In other words, I took it as you disregarding what I'm trying to say, or you don't want to hear what I have to say. I wasn't coming up on the live to get into an argument. I wanted to come on the live to explain what I said, because a lot of times we could write things in the chat and people may perceive it in the wrong way, or she took it the way she took it. Just like she said, she took it the way she took it. So I wanted to come and explain what I was trying to say. Now, when I came up on the live, I said, April, calm down. And I was getting ready to say what I had to say, and she took the rocket fuel and jetted off. And if I'm lying, go back and listen to the live, because I went back and I listened, because I wanted to see exactly what did I say that was so wrong to make her go off like that. I don't know if she was already irritated. I don't know. I'm not going to give an excuse for her. So I went back and I listened to the live. She had already said what she said before I said what I said. And I said I was getting ready to I was trying to stop you from what you was getting ready to say. And she said, well, how you know what I was getting ready to say? I say, because the way I was trying to say the direction the conversation was going. So when it got to that point and she kept going off on me and I couldn't explain myself or whatever, the best thing for me to do was I just didn't say anything. Well, when was trying to, I kept trying to, and I was saying, well, let me just say this. I apologize. I kept trying to apologize. I don't know if Bama had put me on mute at that time, but I kept trying to say, I apologize. I apologize. That's because I wanted to cut the head off the snake and keep it down. I didn't want an argument. I didn't want to, being that it wasn't going in the right direction. I just wanted to cut it off. So I was taking the bigger road and telling her I apologize for trying to say what I thought she was trying to say. So what I thought she was trying to say at the time when I said what I wrote in the chat, she had already then said it. And the reason being for me trying to say that is because Ross had already got on somebody and about taking something out of the sister circle and saying it to somebody else, and it got back. And Ross chastised that person on live about taking stuff out of the sister circle. They were new to the sister circle and they didn't know. And Ross mentioned it. And that's all I was trying to say. Because when you mentioned sister circle, you read in the sister circle and that somebody wanted to do a cash app for Ross, that to me was taking business out of the sister circle and putting it out here. Now, don't get me wrong. It's nothing wrong with doing a cash app party, super chat party for Ross. When I said that me and someone else said that, someone else mentioned it, and I said something to Day Day about it. I did. Day Day got a whole text message that I sent to her one day explaining what it is that I wanted to do. And that was the thing that I wanted to do. But I sent it to Day Day because I wanted to get her permission or her mom's permission to do it in her honor. I didn't want to go out of order and do something without getting her permission, being that she had been off alive for a long time. I still have the message now that I sent to Day Day a while back. When I sent it to Day Day had kind of got off the live. She wasn't doing lives like she was. As a matter of fact, I sent it to her at the beginning of December. Day wasn't really doing lives and coming on. But I had sent something to her. Now, I don't know if the other person had sent something to her as well back then. But I know I did. And then the person mentioned it the other day in the sister circle. I know exactly who said it in the sister circle that had brought it up, because I responded back to her that, yeah, I had mentioned something like that to Day Day. But I wanted to do it in order to check with Day Day to ask Roz if it was okay or if Day thought it was a good idea or whatever. That was my thing. I didn't bust myself out when I said me and someone else said it, because she had already said the statement. I didn't know she had already said the statement. I thought I was trying to jump in front the bullet before she said it. She had already said what somebody said in the sister circle. And I know, and I don't know who else remember, that Ross told somebody on live about saying something that was said in the sister circle. That's all I was trying to do, was jump in front the bullet. And I didn't know she had already said it. I went back to the live and I listened to it. So what I'm going to apologize for to her is that me jumping in front of the bullet, that I thought I was trying to cut the snake off at the head, but it already had been said. So that's the only thing I'm apologizing, because I said I thought I knew what you was going to say, which I did, but you had already said it. So that's the thing that I was trying to get on there to debunk that. That's what I was trying to say. And then when she went off on me because I said, calm down, well, if you go back and listen to the live, not 5 minutes before that, Bama was talking something that she was passionate about or whatever, whatever. And April said, calm down, Bama, calm down. Now you can tell somebody else to calm down, but you don't want anybody to tell you to calm down. So I want you to go back, April, and I want you to listen to that live, that part. Go fast forward about an hour or so. Fast forward about an hour or so and listen to the conversation. And like I said, Bama put me on mute, but she put us all on mute, which I think is a good idea when you have a panel and even everybody is talking at the same time. We can all sing together, but we can't all talk together. So whether it's a heated debate or we just talking, then yeah, if you can't get control of your chat or you're trying to control your chat from everybody talking, yeah, I think it's a good thing. Put everybody on mute, and I'll say I'm putting everybody on mute and we're going to take one person at a time. I understand that. I didn't have a problem with her putting me on mute, but it's the problem I had when she couldn't get me off of mute and I was talking, but I was talking to myself because nobody heard me. So I don't know if April heard that when I came up, I was trying to apologize. I kept saying, April, I apologize. I apologize. I don't know if she heard it. So Bama, I may have been put on mute several times. I don't know. But that point I wanted to bring up. So Sheila, you remember Ross did that, right? Hey, loving my grandsons. Hey, Trina. Who else? Yeah, I just wanted to I wanted to put that out there because it was said. And I don't care how close you are to Ross or whatever. She could kick both of us out. But I was trying to get in front of Bullet before it was said. But when I went back to the live and listened to it, it had already been said. So I shot my own self in the foot. So like I said, April, I want to apologize for trying to say what I thought you was going to say, but I was right. You had already said it. So that's all I was trying to say. I was just trying to cut that off before it had got out there. I know a lot of people are not in the sister circle. But the thing was, once it had gotten to all together and we got it together, I'm not going to say what my idea was, but like I said, again, it's nothing wrong with giving her a cash app party or a super sticker party, because a lot of people have already been cash apping her behind the scenes, I'm pretty sure. So that's a whole separate thing. Super sticker party or something, that's a whole nother thing. That's when, we, of course, everybody know that we on live and everybody, flood her chat and light it up because we appreciate her. But I was going by steps. I was trying to go in order as far as I was concerned. And when I said that me and somebody else said it, I didn't put myself out there in a bad way. I was just letting them know because if the person is in the chat, then they know what they said. And I was just saying that. And I didn't accuse her of saying that I said, she said, anything of that nature. But that was another thing. And about the calm down thing, So let me see what else I had to say. Okay, I said something about the cash app. I think I pretty much said that because I had to write it down. Oh, another thing. When I asked for the link to be dropped again, and I probably said that she was trying to get off the live, and Yo-Yo kept trying to say, no, don't go. Well, no, I didn't want her to go because I wanted to explain to her. Just like she flew off the handle about it, I wanted to have my chance to say what I said. Now, like I said again in the beginning, I'm not going to fall out with anybody in the sister circle or the Raw squad in there. It's not even worth it. It's not worth it for me to fall out about anybody over here. It's not. And like I said, once the thing had kind of got organized, or they was coming back on the thing about as far as the super chat was concerned, that was one of the things that I really wanted to really wanted to do. And but they have to be on live, or Ross have to be on live in order for us to execute that. So I invite April to go back and listen to that part, listen to that part of the live when I was trying to explain myself or whatever, and you'll hear what I was trying to say, or you can, from what I'm saying on my live, you can take my live and that live and match it up and see what I was trying to say, and that I didn't get a chance to say it. Okay, and then the other part was about Bama muting us, and I wanted to just, like I said, apologize to Bama because I wasn't trying to start a fire on her channel at all. I was just trying to, like I said, get in front of the bullet, but the gun had already went off, and the bullet had already hit the target. So um, that's where I went wrong at, and I want to apologize. But I did know what she was getting ready to say, but she had already said it. If y'all understand that, how you said the buggy was already in front of the cart. I was trying to put the cart in front. I was trying to put the horse in front of the buggy, but the buggy had already got in front of the cart. So it was already done. And that part. So anybody else, or do anybody else on here remember that conversation or that live without me saying the person who it was, or whatever? Because I don't know if they still in the sister circle, if they took themselves out the sister circle, or they were put out the sister circle. I don't want to say it like that, but well, if you say dismiss, is all none of it sound good. But yeah, that was a conversation that was had on live, and I remember Ross saying that that's not what the sister circle is for. Whatever is said in the sister circle stays in the sister circle. We don't come out and talk about it on live and things of that nature, and that's what I was trying to do. And so if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and I apologize for being wrong. But I'm not going to apologize for being right. I'm not going to apologize for being right. And y'all know I've always told y'all, if I know I'm right, I'll argue with a signpost. But that wasn't the thing. I didn't want to do that. I'm not in the mood to argue. I wasn't in the mood for that. I know we can agree to disagree, but that was not a agree to disagree conversation. It was a right way and a wrong way, or it was something that should not have been said and was said. It wasn't a right or a wrong way. Yeah, that's all I was doing. Tote the money. That's all. I wasn't trying to, like I say, I wasn't trying to start no fire. I just wanted to explain myself. That's what I said. And when I couldn't explain myself, I couldn't say nothing on the chat or whatever, I just said forget it. And when Black T say it's already it's settled, I put in the chat, no, it's not settled. Nothing is settled. Because it wasn't. It was a one-sided conversation because I never got to really say what I was trying to say. And when I asked her to go ahead and say what she had to say, she continued to go off on me. So I don't know what was going on with her. What she said, it something ticked her off, but that was a little much. It was a little much. Sometimes we have to bite our tongue and not say some things and just pull back, because that was not the time, that was not the thing. And that's why when I couldn't get back up and y'all was come back up, I wasn't gonna come back up because it really was gonna be an argument. April is Aries, she's strong-head and bullhead, and I am too. I am very passionate about what I say and what I believe in as well. So them two horns that was gonna lock up And if y'all know anything what a ram look like, them ram horns is go in a circle. Them heads would have locked up. We would have killed both of well, let me not say that word, but we'd have knocked both of each other out. So it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. So I said, well, shoot, classy lady, you got a channel now. Go on your own channel and say what you got to say. And, while I had got off, I was trying to be find some words to be tactful, and that's why I kind of wrote some things down, because I don't want to um add fuel to the fire or whatever. Let it simmer down, let it die itself out, because like I said, it is not worth it. We the person that we all know and love, maybe we all frustrated because she ain't been back on and we haven't heard her voice or whatever. I don't know. But like Bama said before, when she want to hear a voice or she want to hear something, she go on and listen to one of her lives, and that's what I do. I go and listen to one of her lives, and hopefully to run it up. I let it play. I let the commercials run, the whole 9 yards. So I feel that I'm helping in that way as well. So uh, yeah, Sheila, go back and listen to the live. But I don't know if you want to listen to the whole live, but go to about mm, almost the last. I would say the last 50 minutes. If you could scroll up to about that part, the 50 minutes, because Bama had said after all that had went down, Bama said, "Oh Lord, I've been on for 2 hours." So I know it wasn't in the first hour, and it wasn't toward her end, because just when I was still listening to it, Bama had gotten off right before 8 o'clock to do her mom duties that she normally do. So it wasn't the very end, but I would say at least an hour or so, an hour and a half. I would say at least an hour and a half. If an hour and a half of the line. But go back and listen to it. And like I said, um under one of my posts, oh no, under this, if you go back and listen to it and stuff like that, and I'll take a constructive criticism, Sheila. And if say that I was wrong or whatever, hey, okay, okay. But no, I'm not. Yeah, I would, and that's what I did. And they had been off, and like now she's still off. And I wanted her to come on consecutively, or some days. And so like I said, I had a long thing that I sent to her. I've been sending it to her, like I said, the beginning of December. I don't know when the other person, if she said something today or she just said it in the sister circle, but I was trying to do things in order, because I didn't want to get ahead of myself, or whatever. Because like I say, I know how Roz will check you. One time she checked me. I said, "Oh, Roz, don't say that." And she was on one of her rants. Roz was on one of her rants, and I said, "Oh, Roz, you shouldn't say that or whatever." And she said, "Classy lady, you don't tell me what to say or what." She went off on me in the chat, and from then on, I say, "Okay." Okay, shut your mouth about trying to say about don't say that. And people say it all the time, but it depends on what mood a person is in, because I've heard people put it in the chat. I've seen people put it in the chat, and she'll say, "Oh, okay, y'all saying don't say that or whatever." It depends on the mood of the person, if they how they perceive it and how they receive it. And then it's been times that some other people have said something like the same thing I said. She checked them on it. But when she going off or whatever, and she in the zone, and you say something like that to her, she gonna stop and she gonna check you. And she did me that day, and I said from then on, okay, Don't say that. Don't say that no more. And so when I've heard her go off on other people saying the same thing I said, I just laugh. I say, I guess we catch her at the wrong time when we say it, and cause she said it in the chat. Okay, y'all, I'm not gonna say that, or whatever. I'm not gonna say it or whatever. So, like I said, that's all I was trying to say. People, perceive stuff at a different way or whatever. She read it the way she read it. She took it the way she took it. When I have put exclamation marks in her chat. And I wasn't mad at her at all. I wasn't being ugly at all. It wasn't coming from a mean place or anything. I do it sometimes a lot of times to get attention for somebody to read my comment. And a lot of times I'll do it in red, in Roz's comment. If I want her to read something, and she'll read a lot of times when it's a long paragraph or whatever. She'll say, oh, somebody really trying to get my attention. They got something to say. Let me read this. Or sometimes she'll say, before I get off the live, let me read this because somebody wrote something long and let me see what they're saying. But a lot of times I'll put the red explanation marks too. And sometimes we could be talking about the ops, and I'll be in the chat and I'll put the exclamation marks in but at no point in time dealing with somebody in the squad or anything of that nature do I want to argue, do I want to be mad at, do I want to try to tell off or think I done told this person off, and I told them. That's not my attitude with nobody. Over here, I don't have that I ain't on that type of time. And I do know we can agree to disagree, but a lot of times, sometimes it's just not worth it. And that's why I just, when Bama, I got dropped down, or I got off or whatever, I just didn't bother to come back up because it wasn't, to me, it wasn't that serious. I was just trying to say something. And when I couldn't get my point across or say what I want to say without it kept being an argument, okay, classy lady, you forgot. You got your own channel. Go and speak your piece on your own channel and explain what you mean on your own channel. Now, whether they receive it that way from me saying it on my channel, I really don't care at this point. But I've apologized, and I still stand on what I said. Like I said, I apologize, and that's all I can do. That's all I can do is apologize for the part that I overspoke and trying to take words out of somebody's mouth. That's the part I'm gonna apologize for, but I'm not gonna apologize for anything else because I don't feel I did anything else. But Sheila or anybody, go back and listen. And if y'all think I did something wrong, put it under here, and that way I'll know. But I'm gonna let it go, and I hope that she listen to my live, but I hope she go back and listen to Bama's live first and then come listen to what I was trying to say. Because that's the only way it's gonna make sense. Well, I mean, she could listen to me first and then go listen to her, but either way, I want to listen to Bama live and how it went down and see the part that I'm apologizing for. So, but y'all have any more questions or anything for me? Yeah, it's gonna all work out. But like I said, half of the people that was over there, they didn't come over here. I don't know if they feel they taking sides, but you're not taking sides because I don't want anybody to take sides. All I want to do is just get to say what I wanted to say that I didn't get a chance to say. And again, want to apologize to Bama. She's still on here because Bama. I was still listening when you said about, can I get y'all to talk? While I do my duties, it's gonna take me 15 minutes. Bama, I would have still been up there talking to the audience, still talking to the people, engaging until you got back up. But when all that broke loose, I said, forget it. Let me get off of here, finish doing what I'm doing. I already said I was coming on at 9 o'clock, and let me get myself together, and then I'll come on and give my side. But that I would have still been up there running my mouth at 8 o'clock while you would have been doing your mama duties and came back. Because you even said, because I had the thing still going, and you say, oh, y'all still up here? I forgot to end the live or whatever. So I heard all of that. I don't know if anybody else heard it, but I still had the live going, and the line was still open. It was still open. So like I said, um, but anyway, I had a good holiday. I had a good day today. I had a doctor's appointment. They switched my PCP doctor in midstream. I know it's going into the new year, but I had been seeing this PCP for, I know, about 15, 16 years. She was at one practice that was a big practice, and that's how I met her through that practice. And then when she decided to leave that practice to get her own practice, I followed her. And I never will forget, I was at the doctor's office and I was calling because I needed a referral to the doctor that I was seeing and that they hadn't sent it. And when I called the office, called the number, she answered. And I said, oh, I need this is such and such. I need a referral to Dr. So-and-so. She said, well, this is Dr. So-and-so. I said, what you doing answering the phone? And we laughed. She said, uh, oh, I got my own practice and I'm getting everything set up. And the lady that I hired that's supposed to answer the phone, she don't start until Monday, and the clinic actually opens on Monday. And so when she got her own practice, um, I think she been in practice for, I would say, the last 5 years, and I stayed with her. Then when she went from her practice at one place, then recently she changed again. She went back in with a group of people. I continued with her again. Well, I was in the doctor's office Tuesday and they was needing an updated referral, and I called the insurance company to see if I would, being that I had put in for the referral, and the technician had not sent the referral. I had sent her something since December, early December 2nd, that I needed a referral to this particular doctor. She never sent the referral. So the week before I talked to her, I reminded her again. This is what I hate, when people don't do what they supposed to do. They don't do their job. Because I shouldn't have to take a whole month to remind you to send a referral to a doctor that I've been seeing for I don't know how long, and the doctor know I've been seeing that doctor. And it's not like I'm a patient that you don't know the name. Well, she might not, because she was somebody new. So anyway, I'm on the phone in the doctor's office, that I need to be at, and they know me too. And so I'm on the phone with the insurance company, about 45 minutes. By this time, the doctor's office, the tech called me in. So I'm still on the phone. And I didn't want to be rude, so I told her, hey, I'm on the phone with the insurance company. I'm trying to get this referral stuff straight. So I'm in the office, and so since the lady said that, oh, well, it's not going to be covered, I asked the tech. I said, well, can you just take the bandage off and look at my wound, and then just let the doctor know, I'll just come back next week. Hopefully we can get this situation, taken care of. Well, that didn't do no good, because the door was open. The doctor saw me. He put brakes, come in the room. I said, I'm on the phone with the insurance company. I said, they haven't sent my referral over, whatever. So, this visit is not going to be covered. So I just wanted her to look at it, and then I'll just come back Tuesday. That wasn't going to go. Because me and him is tighter, I hate to say tighter than 10 toes in a sock. I've been seeing him for so long. He knows my family. He knows everything. He knows if I'm in a good mood, I'm in a bad mood. I know if he in a good mood, if he in a bad mood, whatever. If he coming now slamming stuff down, I'd ask him, what's wrong with you today? Because you slamming stuff and you're not supposed to be cutting on me and you slamming sharp object and stuff like that. So I'll be having to calm him down sometime. So that's the kind of relationship we have. So I say, I'm on the phone with the insurance company. I'm trying to get this stuff straight. Because you know, when you at doctor's office, they don't like you to be on the phone and stuff. So he said, he didn't say nothing. He just said, he looked and he just told her, give me this, give me that, whatever, whatever. And did what he had to do, hug me, kiss me on the cheek, and say, Merry Christmas. I see you next week. That means he didn't charge me for that visit, which that's not the first time that has happened. It's not the first time. When my insurance went out one year and I wasn't covered. Ooh, I don't want to talk about it right now. But anyway, it was a big mess. Come to find out, they switched my primary care doctor. I didn't know it. I didn't know. My doctor, when I went in to see her about a month and a half ago, she didn't tell me anything about it. And they say that she opted out the insurance back in August. I seen this lady in October. So you think she would have told me then after I followed her all these years. But she didn't. So anyway, make a long story short. Well, that's a long story. But fast forward, the primary care doctor's office, the other one, had been calling me. And I kept telling them, it's no need for y'all to call me. I already have a primary care doctor. Well, they had gotten something, I guess, from the insurance company saying that I would be a new patient and they needed to contact me. I didn't know that that's what all had transpired, being that the first doctor didn't tell me she was leaving. So the second doctor, I'm telling them, y'all can stop calling me because I have a primary care doctor. Okay. So when that fell through and they told me who the doctor was, I said, I remember that name. So being that I need a referral, it's the holidays or whatever, I got to see the doctor Tuesday. I'm like, oh man, I am in a bad situation right now. I don't want to come back Tuesday and not have a referral and this doctor, discourse the super bill again. Because mind you, he has his own practice. He done got he's 2 years now. And like I said, I've been following him. So he has his own practice now. So when you got your own practice, you got to foot everything. You got to pay for everything. So him not getting paid for that visit from the insurance company, that's a big hit. My little co-payment ain't gonna uphold the office. It's not gonna uphold the office. So he need his money from what he done from the insurance company. So I was like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I got on the phone before I drove off and I called the new doctor's office. And I said, I need to make an appointment as a new patient or whatever. I didn't want to go today, but thank God they had an appointment today. So I went in to see the new primary care doctor. You got to fill out all this paperwork or whatever. So we were talking and whatever, and she said, my office been trying to get you to come in, and you kept refusing to come in for an appointment. I needed to see you. We've been trying to get in touch with you to come in for an appointment and blase. She went off on me. Well, I got to clap back. You can't just go off on me and I don't give an explanation. I said, hold up. I say, yes, your office has been contacting me. I already had a primary care doctor, to my understanding. I never knew that the doctor opted out. Nobody told me she opted out. They said they sent me a letter. No, they didn't, because I read all that gibberish that the insurance company sent. So I didn't know. And I said, as a matter of fact, I was in her office about a month and a half ago. She ordering tests on me, ordering tests for me to have done. So why didn't she tell me then? And that's what I told the doctor. I say, she been ordering tests on me. And she said, well, what is it you need? I say, I'm coming in here today. I don't need anything but referrals. I gave gave them about 6 doctors that I've already been seeing that I need referrals to that I have to see in the new year so that the insurance will cover it. And I told her, and my main reason for coming in here to you today is to get to meet you, to try to establish, a relationship with you. And also I need a referral for Tuesday. I need to go back to the doctor Tuesday and I need a referral. I need the referral. So, she took into what I'm saying. She say, well, I just don't want to, she say, yeah, okay, since you explained it to me that way, I can see how you got confused. I say, yeah, it's not that I was confused. It's just that the communication had broke down. Nobody told me what I was supposed to do. So when I left there, I got all that situated or whatever. Hopefully they send that referral on Tuesday. Because if they don't, they're going to hear from me. As a matter of fact, Monday, I'm going to call them to make sure they have done it. And then I need to contact the insurance company to see. I didn't want to change primary care doctors. But sometimes uh, God does things for a reason. And I don't know what the reason is, but this new doctor, I'm kind of grooving her. And then she said, well, if you ever have to go, she told me the hospital, and which is the hospital ain't but about 5 minutes from my house, really, that I'm familiar with or whatever. And she told me, if you ever have to go in the hospital for whatever reason, she said, make sure you give them my name. She said, because I take care of all my patients. I don't want nobody else seeing my patients. I was like, that's my kind of doctor. That's my kind of doctor. Because the doctor I went to Tuesday, he didn't want nobody else fooling with me, and we already had that pack. I wasn't arguing with him. We had that pack, and I was somewhere else trying to get something, and they had to call him. I had to call him to get his okay on something. The nurse, the secretary said, he already left. He had an appointment. He's gone for the day. She said, well, you want me to just take a message? I say, nope. I need to get in touch with him. I need to get in touch with him right now. And she did. And she got in touch with him. I got what I needed to get, got it approved and everything. And so when I went in, as a matter of fact, when I went in Tuesday, I told him, I said, I want to apologize for being a bad patient and having her to contact you when you had already left or whatever. He said, classy lady, you know your name and me and you good. He said, so whatever you need, I'm gonna do it. And he said, so you don't have to apologize for that. He said, and don't you have a backline number? I said, yeah, but I didn't want to, use that. I don't want to abuse my, whatever. But yeah, I have the backline as well. So I try to be a good patient. Well, I am a good patient. I do what I'm supposed to do. But all of my doctors, I get along with them fine. I don't have any problems with them. If I have a problem with a doctor, it's not going to be somebody I'm going to be seeing for a long time. If our personalities clash or for whatever reason, and I'm vocal, and I try to be vocal in a tactful way to to say what I have to say, and that's with me even going in the hospitals and stuff. The doctors will tell me, you really know what's going on with your body. I say, yeah, I have to know. Who else I can tell them A, B, C, and D. And, they be like, wow, because, a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't do that. I say, well, uh, I've had some testimonies, some serious testimonies. Um, and like I said, I'm gonna start sharing some of them, and that's why I kind of teared up just now, because it hit a soft spot. And when I'm gonna have to know when to just stop or whatever. And if I start to tear up or boohoo, it's something that's really passionate to me, and something that I hold near and dear to my heart, because I'm not, one thing for certain, two things for sure, I'm not a crybaby. And my health is very important to me. and the things that I have experienced or the things that I have gone through. I feel if I share some things or the way things are, people will understand, and it's to help other people. You might not go through the same thing that I've gone through, but you may have a different experience. Just like people have a an experience about surgery. A lot of people are so frightful and so scared to have surgery, and the fear that they have is they may not wake up. Um, I've had that fear, but I had to come out of it, and I snapped out of it. The When you go into the hospital and you have any type of um, procedure, or you go to like an outpatient surgery center or whatever, they gonna give you things to sign or whatever, overlook this or whatever. And some of the things, like a procedure, it may be a minor procedure. People have died over minor stuff. It don't have to be major. And when they give you that paperwork and you look down at that paper, and under this a certain thing, uh just I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but just say if they got to make an incision to just say insert what's those things, a PICC line or something like that, a PICC line, a port in your body to stick some kind of device in your body, and they have to go in your body or whatever. The first thing on that line may say complications, death. That'd be the first thing on that line. Or it may say bleeding, or it may say clotting, or it'll give a list of stuff that particular procedure or that particular thing that you have to consent for. But everything on that doggone paper, the first thing, complication they got on that is death. Now, when you read that stop you dead in your tracks. And I have sat there with that clipboard and like, Lord, do I really want to go through with this or what? But it's something that it may be something that you have to do. But that little questionnaire that they give, well, I'm going to say in Texas, I can't say for nobody else, but it'd be a question of things for when you go into surgery, before they take you into surgery. And it's a question, several different things on that paper. But each little thing under each little column, the first complication they have on there is death. Well, heck, if that happens, you ain't got to worry about no other complications. So my thing is, but they just tell you what all could happen from that particular thing, or if you need a blood transfusion, or if you need this, you have to consent for everything. So it's good to get to know your doctors and things of that nature. But getting back to the part of being put under, people get scared from that and say, I don't want to get put under because I'm scared I might not wake up. Well, guess what? You could be sitting at the dinner table with somebody and you can die right there. What you got to say about that? And you ain't being put under. You just gone. So you could be talking to somebody and you could kill over. You could be in bed. Somebody alarm clock didn't go off this morning. Well, no, the alarm clock went off this morning, but they didn't wake up to turn it off. So when you think about stuff like that, and I had to go deep. I had to go deep, and I had to think about things like that. Heck, I could be sitting here talking with my loved ones. People sit there and have a massive heart attack. A lady, I remember one time they went to my mom's church or whatever. That woman was singing in the choir. And that woman could sing. Singing in the choir, come down out the choir stand, pass out. She had a massive heart attack and died. So it don't have to be a thing about you having surgery and you scared you're not going to wake up. You could be sitting down talking to somebody and go on to glory. So that's how I had to look at stuff as far as when, surgery and stuff is concerned. You don't you don't have to go under to do it. You don't have to, when God called you and your number's up, that's it. You ain't got nothing to say in the matter. Nothing. at all. So I've had multiple surgeries, and before they put me under, which one time I was being a jokester, and they put that little mask on you, have you strapped down like you being unalive. That's how they have you strapped down in a T. Your legs strapped straight, your arms spread way out, straight out, and you look like you in the penitentiary. So they put the little mask on me. Anesthesiologist say, "Okay, classy lady, I want you to take breathe in 3 good breaths." So when he said that, you know what I did? I blew out. I say, and he say, "Not like that. Breathe in." I say, "I know what you meant. I was just joking." I say, "I was just joking with you." I say, "I know what you meant." And then, so before I said that, I say, "In Jesus' name." I say, "In Jesus' name, Lord, you know." So in Jesus' name. And I took my deep, about the second, like people be doing them tweeds, how they do them tweeds. I was out. You be out. So, like I said, it could happen on the surgery table. It could happen even before you go into surgery. It could happen when you come out of surgery. So all I can say is just make peace with God, whoever your God is. I know who mine is. Just make peace before you go in and pray about it. When you put it in God's hands, you don't take it out. So if you pray, say, "Lord, please let this surgery go good. I'm scared, but I know you know what you're doing, and you're going to bring me out, and you're going to heal me, and I'm going to feel better from this surgery." You put it in his hand, you ain't got no business meddling back in the business. You don't have no business getting back in it and saying something else. You leave it alone. Just leave it there. Leave it alone. That's an experience that I can tell you. Because trust me, I have been under so many times, so many times, for one particular problem, y'all wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. I've been under so many times. And I have to trust God. And I do trust God. And I don't care what nobody say. If you don't believe in God, you don't need to be on my channel. Because I'm going to speak about him. And I'm not ashamed. Because if I can't speak in front of you, it ain't no use of me trying to be a double take and try to speak behind and act like I'm so this, that, or the other. No, I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. And I'm a continue, because he have brought me from a mighty long way. And I do believe, and like I told, I don't know, I think I said this on the live. If I haven't, I'm going to say it out loud again. What day is it? It's next week. It's next week. Next week, next Wednesday night at 12 o'clock, I'm gonna be ducking and dodging. But I'm gonna have my broom, and at 12 o'clock, I'm sweeping the hell out of 2025. I'm gonna hit that broom so hard, and I probably gonna hurt myself. I'm sweeping the heck out of 2025. I want you to be gone. I had a good, some good and some bad, but I want your A to be gone. I want you to get behind me. And I want to catch 2024 too. 2024, from the end of 2024 to the beginning of 2025. I'm going to sweep the hell out of y'all too. Now, I have some other years that I want to sweep too. But them two in particular. And I'm going to have to pray on that to see if I'm going to tell y'all about why I want to sweep the hell out of 2024 and 25. But I can tell you at the end of 2024, I almost lost my life. Almost. Well, I say that. But God wasn't finished with me. And every time I go through something, I always say, God is not finished with me. Because he brings me through. He brings me through. So I don't let nobody tell me about my God. You know, people on here, you don't know God. Everybody, I can't say that. So I stopped saying that because we don't know what these people personal walk is with God, with their God. But my God, the Lord, Savior Jesus Christ, I know what my walk is with it. And can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing because you ain't been in my shoes and you ain't walked the miles that I've walked. And I promise you, the average person would have gave up by now. The average person would have given up by now. I promise you they would have. I done been through some stuff. That's all I can tell y'all. I'm not gonna say I've been through a storm. Cause a storm ain't worse. I'm gonna tell you, I done been through a tsunami. But I've been tested. But I tell people, and if anybody's read the story about Job, I'm not gonna tell you about the Bible and all of that, because I don't know it like some of these people know it. But I do know the story of Job. And if anybody have read the story of Job, not Job, 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 you start at the beginning of Job and you see what Job went through. I didn't lose cattle, family, things of that nature. But God stepped back and let the devil see if the devil could turn him away from God. And Job kept his faith through everything that he was tested by. He kept his faith. And at the end, he saw the light at the end of the tunnel. And that's what I want to tell you about me. I'm Job. I have been tested. I don't know how many times, but I have never lost faith. I have never cursed God. Never. Now I have questioned him and I asked him why. And I waited on my answer because I wanted to know why. Why me? And people say, you don't question God. If you want to know something, ask him. I asked him and I waited on my response. And he gave me an answer clear as water. Clear as water. And he pointed out each one of my family members and asked me, showed me that, do you think that they would be able to go through what you have been through? And I looked at my family and each one of them personality and the way that each one of them are. And I got my answer. I said, no, God, I don't think so. And I see why you chose me. Because I am the strongest vessel out of all of them. So I took my assignment. I never asked again. Never. I asked one time because I was going through so much. Why me, God? Why me? And when he showed me About my family members. Do you think this one? Do you think this one? Do you think this one? Any of them could go through what you have been through so far? And my answer was no. And I meant that because they couldn't. They couldn't. So I took my assignment. And like I said, I have been going through a tsunami for the second part for about 15 years. And that's why I said 2025, I'm sweeping the hell out of 2025 and the end of 2024. Y'all got to go because he has showed me the light and has allowed me to go. And baby, I'm pushing it. I'm pushing it. I'm not walking, I'm running. I am running. When I talked to the doctor today and she was asking me questions, and I told the doctor, I say, I'm independent. She said, I can see. I say, I am very independent. She pat me on the back. She said, go on, sister. I looked at her because she was a Pakistani doctor. I looked at her. She told me, she said, go on, sister, don't stop. And she smiled at me. I say, baby, I already know. I already had the confirmation. So that's why I say it's testimonies to come. This was the second hardest journey. The first one was bad, but it wasn't, to me, it didn't last. Well, it's still going. I ain't gonna say it ain't last. It's still going. 28 years later, it's still going. But in a different it's in a different direction. So, I just want to be an encouragement to people. If anybody have any questions, you could drop it in the chat. But like I said, right now, I'm creating my own content, talking about my own life, telling my own story, because that was a promise I made 28 years ago. God, if you give me a second chance, if you give me a second chance and make me whole, I promise you that I will be a testimony. I'm going to tell this story to whoever wants to listen. Sometimes I can meet a stranger and we just strike up a conversation. And they may tell me something about, they might tell me something about their medical, something they going through. And I tell them to be encouraged, stay encouraged, because it's going to get better. It's going to get better. You're going through something right now, but you're going to be all right. And I'll tell them the story about what happened to me. Because I promised God long time ago. And God saw me through that. Gave me a second lease on life. And I said I promised. And I've been telling my story ever since. That's another reason why I made my YouTube channel. So that I can be a beacon of light. I can help somebody along the way. Something I may say may touch somebody, may help somebody. That's pretty much what I want to do. I haven't found anybody or anything yet that I want to do a reaction on. I guess I could do a reaction on some of the experiences that I've experienced. I don't know, but yeah. That's pretty much what I want to do. And that is what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do on my channel. Whether people listen or they don't, it don't make me no difference. I know what I promised that I was gonna do, and I'm gonna tell my story. I'm gonna tell my testimony. And that's why I tell people, let people tell their own story about what happened to them, because can't nobody tell it better than them. a person know what happened to you. My mom, my dad, them, they know what happened. They know this, they know that, but they haven't walked in my shoes. Nobody has walked in my shoes. They looking on the outside looking in. Even though they've helped, they've did what they could do, they did what I've asked them to do, they still on the outside looking in. I remember Bama saying one day that when it rained, if I'm saying it right, that she would wish, just wish she could just go outside and cry with the rain where nobody will know she crying. I think, well, that's the way I took it. And then you have some people that go in the shower and they, while in the shower, they crying about something. Sometimes you have to do that because you're not strong enough, or you don't want anybody to see you being, or you don't want anybody to see you fall, or you may not want people to know what you're feeling. But nobody has walked in your shoes and can tell you. They can tell you about what they experienced and something similar, but until they have dealt with what you dealt with, no, they can't. Ain't no way possible. And I know doggone well ain't nobody been in mine. I can promise you that. I can write a check to the bank to you. You can take it there and cash it. I can promise you that. You know, whew, all that came out of. I guess I should have made two lives instead of one, so to separate the first part from the second part, because the second part is second half is really about me, um, and stuff. But I do kind of want to encourage somebody that may be facing surgery, um, right now. Uh, Basically, you just have to get your house in order. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. I put word of mouth about my house being in order, and I need to be tapping my own hand because I haven't put it in order on paper, and that's not the way you conduct business. But um, I've been lagging in that sense or whatever. Um, but yeah, you just have to get your house in order to take care of business. That's it. I wish I could be like my sister-in-law and brother, but they ain't been through what I've been through. But they got their stuff like Ann Nesby say, put it on paper. Put it on paper. That's what we need to do. That's exactly what we need to do. Get your house in order. That way, that's one way that'll relieve some pressure and stress off of you as far as going having to go under the knife. But the other major part of it is that you're facing what you're facing, and people could tell you it's gonna be all right, which it is. It is, because like I said, once you give it to God, you don't take it back, and it'll be all right. I could pass by a hospital now, and I do the sign of the cross. Lord bless them. Bama be saying bless it, but I be saying bless them, because it's different than being in jail. But it's still two places when you're in the hospital, you're sick, you're looking out the window, and you can't get out, because you can't get out until they release you and sign off. You can leave, but then trust and believe they're gonna call the police or the sheriff's department to go find you and pick your butt up and bring you right on back. Just like a prisoner escape, they gonna look for you. They're gonna do a welfare check to find out where you at and bring you back to the hospital if you try to break out of there. So, um, I pray for people, and I pray for the sick and the shut in, and things of that nature, because I know that's one of the reasons why Thanksgiving and Christmas I didn't want to go to nobody's house. I didn't want to be around nobody. I just want to be at home. Because for the last, I would say 5 years, it was one or the other. It seemed like every time, every year around October, here goes something. Here goes something happen. Here goes something where I have to be in the hospital. Here goes something where I got to have surgery. Around the holidays, every year. So this year, when I broke away clean and October started to approach, November, December, knock on wood, and I'm home, shh. You think I want to be bothered with somebody? Somebody asking who bought the potato salad, the macaroni and cheese don't look good, this meat tough, and somebody packing plates and all of that. I don't want to hear none of it. I don't want to see none of that. I just want to be at peace. I ain't want to be dealing with nothing. Nothing. I am good. 1 year, I went in the hospital in November before Thanksgiving. Do you know I didn't get out that joker till after in January? I didn't get out till January. I couldn't believe it. Christmas came and went. I was trying to get out of there for Christmas. Get authorization from the insurance company. People going, taking days off. The ones that gotta work mad because they at work, putting your paperwork to the side. They ain't doing nothing or whatever. You can't get through. You can't get no approval for nothing. Okay, Christmas then came and gone. You know you don't have, but just like this week. Christmas was on a Thursday. People take the day before Christmas off. People take the day after Christmas. Now you got the weekend. So now you can't get nothing done on the weekend. So now you start back on Monday. Okay, now the other person working and the other person off, so they pissed off. Your paper getting shuffled around, nobody doing nothing. They just taking it easy because some of the high bosses is not at work and just all kind of foolishness. So then the next week, you got a short week. Here come New Year's. Stuck in there again. So then you got the day after. Closed. Then you got the weekend. Closed. The new year then came around. Shoot, it was almost the middle of January before I ended up getting out the hospital. That's a long time. Eating hospital food. That's a long time. And especially if you're on a certain diet, they put you on, you better not have somebody come bring you some food up in there and then get caught. You're not supposed to have that or whatever. You got family members like mine. They ain't bringing you nothing. Are you supposed to have such and such and such? Well, no, I ain't bringing nothing because you ain't going to get mad at me because you have to stay in an extra day because you done ate something you ain't had no business. They ain't bringing me nothing. Nada. You gonna have to eat what the diet that they special diet that they put you on. That's what you gonna have to eat. So then you suffer. Then you done lost some weight because they putting you on a calorie diet and that ain't the calorie you was following when you was at home. So then when you get out the hospital, you looking sick because the first place you lose weight in is your face. So now somebody asking you what's wrong with you because think you done got something. But you done lost weight because you've been in the hospital. Oh, it's all kind of foolishness. But I didn't have the kind of, my people, they don't believe in sneaking you nothing in there. You gonna eat what you supposed to eat, whatever diet they put you on. If they put you on certain, that's what you got to eat. And we ain't bringing you nothing. So don't even look for nothing. I didn't even have them come in there. My brother good for that. Get him something to eat. If the hospital got a Subway or a good place for him to eat, get his food, make him a table, and we'll sit down and eat. And I'm looking at him, he looking at me. You ain't gonna give me a taste? He tell me, you supposed to have it? Well, now, no, I'm not giving you nothing. So I done had him come in there torture me eating barbecue, all kind of stuff. All kind of stuff. Fast food. Well, I don't really too much eat fast food anymore, but shoot, I take anything fast food when you up in there and you got to eat hospital food. You don't have no seasoning, and I ain't have sense enough to tell them to bring me some seasoning or whatever. I ain't have sense enough to tell them that. But this year I had to go to rehab, and the lady that one of the representatives that come out to try to get you to go to their place or whatever, she told me you might want to pack you some snacks, and oh, you might want to bring you some seasoning because I heard the food sometimes is not good. Ladies, say no more. That day I was supposed to check into the rehab, I told my daddy, hold up, we got to go to Kroger. I went to Kroger. I got my snacks. I had my seasoning. I had my barbecue sauce because I love barbecue sauce. I love ketchup. I had my own bottle of ketchup. I had some salad dressing. I had some Old Bay. I had some salt, pepper, bottle of hot sauce. I had my own little separate bag of seasoning. And then I had my own little thing of snacks. Because what they did when they bring me some snacks around, they gave me in the little brown bag, they gave me some applesauce and a carton of milk. I told them people, if y'all want me to light this hallway up, do not give me any milk. I can't tolerate milk. Don't put no little cheese, no string of cheese in there. Don't give me that. Don't give me none of that. As I said, if you can't give me a sandwich, don't even worry about it. And I already had my snacks. I sure did. I already had my snacks. Hey, I said hi to you. Are you coming back and saying, oh, you saying hi again? Yeah, I said hi. Oh, you saying you back. Oh, okay. Well, where you been? Where you been? How long you been gone? You missed a whole bunch of a long story that I told. You gonna have to go back and replay the last shoot, almost the last hour. If you got off of here, you'll almost have to do the last hour. But yeah, when I went to when I went to rehab, baby, I was stopped down. I was the snacks that I eat at night. That's my bad habit. I eat one meal a day, one. But like at night, like when I'm gonna get off of here, this is my time, and I snack. I chew bubble gum like I was a little kid. Chew bubble gum. Sometimes it don't even have no flavor to it. I chew it, and then when the little sugar come in there, come out, I got a big plug of gum that I put in the trash, and I keep the trash right next to me. Plop it in there. Get some more gum. And might I tell you, I don't get one piece of bubble gum. I get 4 at a time, and chew them all down. Once the sugar go out, take it out, throw it in the trash. I have been known to sleep with gum in my mouth. I have messed up so many sheets because the gum that fell out of my mouth and got stuck on my sheets. I done messed up so many sets of sheets. Pretty color sheets too. I ordered them from Portia that's on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, or she used to be, or whenever she was, Portia Williams, and her grandfather was a civil rights. She have some sheets called Pampered by Portia, and I don't know if y'all heard of them. I've seen her advertise them. I want to say here on Facebook. On Facebook, yeah, because I think I looked it up, and when you look things up, it'll put it back on your timeline or your feed or whatever. And I have looked it up, and I've gotten to look infomercials by her. But and I looked again because I said I was gonna order some more. She have some beautiful colors. Oh my God. She have from burgundy, purple, black, brown, navy blue, smoke gray, tan, pink, light blue. I think she has a yellow, the pastel colors, and then she have the winter colors. Beautiful, and they feel good. I don't. They don't have a thread on them, but trust and believe. I have washed them sheets many a times, and never have they beat it up. Ought to be getting paid for this portion, but they have never beat it up. They are some good sheets, and they feel good. They're not silk or satin, but whatever material. I guess it's a cotton or something, a certain type of cotton. I'm gonna have to look, but they feel so good on your skin, and they have never, like I say, they have never beat it up. I bought several ones from her, and then I always buy an extra pillow, set of pillowcases, because I have more than when you have those. If you have like comforter sets with the different shams and stuff, and you have more than one, you're gonna have more than two pillows. So I normally get extra pillowcase because at least you're gonna have at least four pillows on your bed. Uh, if you make your bed up and put your good stuff on there, you're gonna at least have four pillows. You're gonna have two for something, and then you may prop a couple of them up behind that. But anyway, yeah. uh and then I also bought a set of sheets not long ago from TJ Maxx. And TJ Maxx, Home Goods, and Marshalls, they all pretty much the same. And these were marked down to $19.99. I couldn't believe, for a queen size, and they had an extra set of pillowcases in there. I was too through. I said, God dog it, an extra set of pillowcases. So I need to go back to a TJ Maxx or whatever, or to see if I can find another couple of more sets of sheets, because that was a good deal for a queen size bed, $19.99, and they feel good. They almost feel like them sheets that I was telling you about. So that was a good deal. But anyway, yeah, for me chewing that bubble gum, but knock on wood, I ain't never got it in my hair, but I done messed up some sheets. I done messed up some t-shirt gowns. I done messed up some stuff. And you think I have learned? Nope. Now, if I catch myself, I'll spit it out before I go to sleep. But before, I was chewing gum. Sometimes wake up in my sleep and mouth just be moving, just chewing gum, chewing gum. Go right back to sleep. Plug of gum still in my mouth. But I like bubble gum, so I chew a lot of it. And it gets expensive, cause the way I chew it. And my dad get on me. You want some gum? You with that gum again? And Walmart and Sam sells the buckets, but the buckets of gum are much smaller than the gum that I buy in the package from Kroger. The ones I buy from Kroger, in the pack, they're much bigger than the ones that's in the bucket from Walmart or Sam's. But I don't go there that often. But when I do go, I do get a bucket. At one time, my dad was getting tired, and he bought me two buckets. I said, oh boy, I'm gonna have a good time now. I'm gonna have me a good time chewing some gum. And I don't know why you chew all the gum, but when they come, you got some bubble gum. They be wanting some gum to chew. I said, y'all don't fool me. Y'all always fussing about me about stuff, but you sure can come and look at my house to see what I got to eat. And they're not gonna leave until they get something from me to eat. They're not gonna leave. They're gonna eat something. I don't care if it's a pickle. And I keep a lot of those too. I keep a lot of pickles. So I just different things. I'm just, like I said, I'm on here to talk about me, and whoever willing to listen. I said I was going to start coming on later so that I can catch some of the third shifters and keep them up at night. But they can always go back and listen to my replay or whatever. But I came on here for a purpose, and so since I was on here, I might as well just stay. I hadn't intended on coming on today, and if I did, I was just gonna stay on for for a short time. But I could be a long-winded person, and just like I'm talking now, I'm just talking about me. I'm not talking about anybody in particular. On the beginning, I was, but now it's strictly about me, and go into what I do in my routine and my daily or whatever. But so that's what I was doing earlier. I had come home, and normally I eat it's seafood, or I always eat fish on Fridays. With my beliefs of my religion, well, we normally do it during the season, what we call the season of Lent, and that's where you normally fast for the 40 days. You give up something for 40 days from Ash Wednesday. It starts from Ash Wednesday to Easter Sunday, and you're supposed to give up something. Like if a person smoke, then that should be something they should give up, because that's something it's hard to quit. This year, my brother asked me, "What you giving up?" I say, "Giving up not cussing nobody out." That ain't nothing you get. I say, "Yes, it is." I say, "Because when you get mad at somebody, you be wanting to curse them out." I say, "So instead of me cursing somebody, so for 40 days, I'm not going to cuss nobody out. That's what I'm giving up." That ain't no sacrifice. I say, "Well, to you it ain't, but to me it is." So that's what I gave up this year. I got to do something better next year. Lord, if I give up sodas or sweets, the world better watch out, because I don't think I'm gonna be too pretty. They say when you give up something, when you stop something, it takes you like 2 weeks to really get over it, or to get through it. If you can make it through the first couple of days, then, and if you make it to 2 weeks, then you should be fine to give that up and not go back to it. I don't know. If y'all giving up something, and how long it took you to get over it, like if you gave up smoking, if you gave up drinking, uh, if you gave up sex. Well, some people get that up during the Lenten season too. Sometimes they get that up too. But whatever you give up, it's supposed to be you're making a sacrifice. Some people, have to have their coffee every morning and stuff like that. You give up that. I think, well, I told my brother what I gave up, but he gave up sweets. And he did pretty good. He gave up sweets. But my thing is, if you're going to give up something and you go 40 days without doing it, it don't pay to start back after the 40 days is up. That defeats the purpose. Because if I can give up, oh Lord, if I can give up bubble gum for 40 days, it don't make no sense for after the 41st day after Easter, that Monday, I go back to chewing bubble gum. That defeats that to me would be a big waste, because if I can make that sacrifice for that long, I can continue going without that thing. So I'm gonna really try to work on something. Maybe sodas. That would be a good thing, because sodas, I'd lose some additional weight if I gave up sodas. But I tell you what, if I give up sodas, boy, I'm gonna have to be really staying away from people, because I'm gonna be a mean Joe Green. Because I love to have me a good soda when I eat, and I don't eat but once a day. And if during the day I do have something, I snack on something, it may be some chips, or it'll be one of them little Lunchables, but not with the juice in it. The little Lunchable I get, they have the meat, the cheese, the cracker, and it have like a little candy bar, maybe a Nestle's Crunch or a Butterfinger. That's it. So I might snack on that. eat one of those and may have an urge to drink a soda. But 9 times out of 10, I have kind of switched it to apple juice. I do drink a lot of apple juice. I don't know why. I didn't drink apple juice as a child, but for the last probably year or two, I buy a lot of apple juice. So if I drink maybe a 8-ounce thing of apple juice during the daytime, I drink my Diet Dr. Pepper at night, and I do just one can. And I like them to be real cold, so I make sure they're in the refrigerator. So that's what I do. So hopefully, I'm leaning toward that to do the apple juice and give up the soda. So I'm gonna try to do that for Lent. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna pray hard. Pray hard about it. I don't know. I'm gonna be praying about it. But I know once I give it to God and say I'm gonna do it, then I'm gonna have to do it. But like I said, if I give up some other stuff, I'm gonna be a mean Joe Green. That caffeine, I don't drink coffee, so I know how it could be. It's like you need a substitute or something, but you can do anything when you put your mind to it. And I am a firm believer, and I am a living witness of that. You can give up anything when you put your mind to it. Thing that I've been dealing with for the last, like I said, 14 years or whatever, I've had to be on pain medication. And to the point where pain medicine really wasn't helping. Because I had been on it for so long. And, well, the doctor was, at one time he switched me from one to the other. So the last, I'd say 2 years, I had been on oxycodones for the last 2 years. But even that and a muscle relaxer and something for spasms. And when I tell you that still wasn't helping the pain, that wasn't helping the pain. I suffered a lot. I suffered pain-wise for a long time. And my family and friends could hear it in my voice. I wasn't as peppy talking as I am now, but they could hear it in my voice. I had been on a pain medicine for a long time, and I had been on, like I said, the oxycodone, I know, for the last 2 years. And it was to the point where I take it 4 times a day. So every 2 weeks, I had to get a new prescription. And my doctor had to speak to the pharmacist in order for me to get the amount of pills to take every 2 weeks. Now, don't get me wrong. He watched and he paid attention to how much I was taking or whatever. So if I dashed back in there in a week time and asked for a refill, and the medicine's supposed to last me for 2 weeks, that was going to be a problem. But the type of pain and the type of thing that I was going through, he knew that I was in a lot of pain. He knew. And then I would also tell him. So I had a couple of surgeries of many. I had many surgeries. And when I'd be in the hospital, a couple of times they gave me morphine. And I had told them from years back, I didn't like morphine. Because to me, how it does me, when they give me morphine, you can feel it. And it's like it give you a rush, but then it kind of like made my heart beat fast, but it gave you a rush and you could feel that you got it. And then that morphine lasts me for maybe an hour. And after that, I'm still in pain. So I told them, don't give me no morphine. Because a lot of times when they gave it to me, I remember when they first gave me morphine years ago. I told that doctor, don't give me no morphine. He said, why? I say, that morphine made me look like I was seeing Jesus. I said, and I want to see Jesus, but I ain't ready right now. I say, so please don't give me any more morphine. I don't like the way it makes me feel. So my doctor, uh, the extensive surgery that I had, he put me like on a morphine pump. And when you feel the pain, see, that's what I say about that morphine. When you feel the pain, you hit the pump, and then you get the morphine, and it I guess it give you a high, and then you go back low. So I say, don't give me no morphine. Give me something that's gonna last for 4 to 6 hours, like a prescription should last. But he got to the point where he set the pump. The nurse gave me the pump thing in my hand for me to hit the pump when I get pain. But my doctor had already set the pump. He had already preset the pump, which they could do that for if I was sleeping or whatever, or I wake up and I'm in pain, it would already dispense the morphine. But I told him that morphine don't hold me. Give me something in pill form or something by injection. So what he did was he took me off the morphine, gave me Tylenol, with codeine, and then a fentanyl patch. So I'm just saying how much pain I was in, or how much pain I would be in, even being released from the hospital. I was in a lot of pain. So the fentanyl patch, 5 came in a patch, and you change them. You had to change them every 3 days, and you put it behind your back on your shoulder blade. And that little patch was powerful with a lot of medicine in it. And once you put the patch on, you're supposed to go and wash your hands with soap and water. Just wash your hand real good with soap and water to make sure that you didn't get that in your eyes, and definitely not in your mouth. The lady told me, the nurse one time, when I first got the fentanyl patch, she put it on and she had gloves on. And she told me, she said, this patch is powerful. She said, I don't care how much pain you're in, do not fool with the patch. Do not take the patch. Do not ever put the patch in your mouth. Hey, Mox. Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what them patches are. Okay. So she told me, don't ever put this fentanyl patch in your mouth. And I looked at her strange, like, who would put this in their mouth? She say, do you know that there was a patient? She was in so much pain, she thought if she put the patch in her mouth and chew on it, the medicine would get to her faster, would get under her tongue and in her tongue and in her system and get in her system faster. She say that woman passed. That woman was DOA. She died in the hospital. And they found her. She had that fentanyl patch in her mouth that she was trying to chew the medicine out. So that's why that nurse told me that. I say, well, honey, you ain't got to worry about me. I say, because if the Lord brought me through this surgery and ain't take me on that table, you ain't got to worry about me putting no fentanyl patch and no other patch in my mouth that ain't supposed to go in my mouth. And I meant that. So, when you're in the hospital, they control the medicine and stuff like that. But then you got to get released. So then I got released and I had my own medicine. And I know I missed about a year or two of my life because I was in a lot of pain and I slept. I slept a lot. I kept crackers by my bed. And then I would, when I'd wake up, I get crackers or some type of peanut butter cookie or something, put it by my bed. May have been chips. And I get, have water on ice or whatever, and I'd put it by my bed because I knew once I took that pain medicine and the other medicine, it was going to knock me out. So I know at least one year, I slept about two years of my life away sleeping because I'd be in pain. I'd be in pain. So I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. It was to the doctor, church. I would go to church, but to the doctor, grocery store sometime, or somebody would get a list and they would go and back home. And when I was at home, I slept. I slept. I slept because that's the only thing that I felt that would keep the pain away. I did a lot of sleeping. Yeah. Yeah. Oxycodone. I know somebody, telling my testimony, somebody would know. And Marcy, you know what? My doctor won't give me oxycodone for my back. I have 4 pinched nerves in my back and arthritis. I found that out 2 years ago, just out of the blue. Never knew anything about that. I said, arthritis in my back. And that happened to me right before we were scheduled to go on a cruise. And I say, the way my back is hurting me, I said, I can't cancel the cruise because how the cruise was set up. This is story time. I'm going to be like that other content creator. I'm going to be on here. So y'all can get off or whatever. I'm going to talk to whoever on here. So anyway, going to about that, I'm mobile too. From my situation, I'm mobile. That's why I say I'm going to sweep the hell out of. I'm going to go back. like they say, I'm a rich back, and I'm going to get 2024, and I'm a 2025. I'm going to sweep the hell of them out my door. Sweep the hell out of them out of my life. Now, like I said, I've been in pain for many years, but I guess I'm really woke for them to see some things. I've seen some things before. But we were going on a cruise when this happened to me. This happened in October. The cruise was set for November. And the way my back was hurting, it was no way I was going to be able to walk on that cruise ship and have a good time. And I ended up going on the cruise. My sister-in-law, her sisters, and some of their friends were going on a cruise, which her sister is a travel agent. Her sister's a travel agent. So they were all going on a cruise. And so, of course, my brother was going too. And I hadn't traveled in like I wanted to in a while. And I say, and so my cousin in Louisiana, she wanted to go somewhere for her birthday. And she had asked her friends down there to go on a cruise. So what they pulled up, I don't know if y'all, well, I'm pretty sure anybody's been on a cruise, you've seen where when you pull it up, sometimes them papers will say, especially Carnival, it'll say starting at $2.99. Well, you might could get on at $2.99, but that's probably at a last minute type thing. Because even an inside cabin is going to cost you about $500 and something for an inside cabin. By the time you put the tax and the gratuity on there. Because I just booked one for my birthday. And it cost us $576 a piece. And that's with an inside cabin. I done been on Carnival before. Maybe they'll upgrade me. By her being a travel agent, she can do some magic tricks because she did something. If she get any special, she'll let me know and she'll do it just because I'm her sister-in-law and she know I'm a good person. So anyway, they was going on a cruise, and so when my cousin, the friends, they decided they didn't. When I told them, I said that cruise gonna be more than $299. I say if you get something at $299, by the time you put the tax and the gratuity on there, it's gonna run them about $400. So them cheap bums all bailed out on my cousin, and they didn't want to go. They didn't want to go. So when I was talking to my brother and sister-in-law, and they was talking about they was going on a cruise in November, and I asked, I said, well, when y'all going? And so the dates they gave, we went a couple of days before Thanksgiving. We was on a 5 day. We came back on Thanksgiving Day. That's what it was. We went on 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Somehow, but anyway, my cousin, she ended up coming down, and we ended up getting on the cruise, and this was her first time, but we went Royal Caribbean. It was Royal Caribbean, and I tell you, I had a good time. We had a good time on that ship. The buffet is much more better than Carnival. The buffet is awesome because they have different stations. It's almost like you're going to a buffet restaurant. They're not as big like that, but they have different stations. And they kept an Asian station with the egg rolls and the basic type of thing, the broccoli and beef, or a side of broccoli, vegetables, white rice, fried rice, and some other Oriental foods and soups and stuff like that. But it was something you can identify with. But they kept an Asian station. They had another station where they did have fried chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, corn, the basics and stuff like that. And they had like a carving station with ham and roast and stuff like that. Lord, why did we find out? My daddy found out that they had oxtails on that cruise. Oh my God. I didn't get a chance to get in it because every night we did the dining room where you make your reservations and you're in the dining room and you sit at the same table. You sit at the same table every night. And so we was eating at the dining room and off the menu and stuff like that. And one day we got something, and I wasn't too pleased with what it was on the menu, so I got smart. I asked our waiter for the menu for the next day. Let me scale this thing to see what's gonna be served, the main course and all of that for the next day, so I know what to order ahead of time and get my stomach right for it. Well, that particular day, my sister-in-law's sisters, they didn't come in the dining room. I think that was the second or third day. They didn't come in the dining room right off. So when they did come in the dining room, they was over there talking, and they was telling my daddy, my daddy was like, well, where were y'all at? And they say, oh, we decided to eat at the buffet today. And then we just coming up here, to fellowship with the family, because we had a whole little section. Because we had a bunch of kids too. So we had a whole little section. And so they was telling all what was on the menu. Oh yeah, we had oxtails, and boy, I fixed me some oxtails with rice and gravy and green beans. Boy, my daddy eyebrows raised up like, what? Oxtails? You got to be kidding. You sure there was some oxtails on this cruise? I know they ain't have no oxtails. They say, yeah, we all ate oxtails and stuff. Honey, that next day, my daddy was nowhere to be found. he ain't come in that dining room. We were trying to call him. We ain't getting no answer. We sitting there and we looking for my dad to come. Where you been? He done had him a Stanley Cup. That Stanley Cup was full of ice cream. He had then got that down in the buffet. Oh, I was downstairs. Well, we say, well, why you didn't come up and eat dinner? Oh, I was downstairs at the buffet. They had oxtails again. Shoot, but man, I ate good down there either. Because my dad is a meat and gravy type person. So he said he ate good that day. He said, boy, he had them some oxtails and some rice. And I had me some rice and some green beans and all what he had on his plate and stuff like that. So he didn't come up. So when he found out it was oxtails on that ship, and I say, well, they could have oxtails because all of them are from different islands. So they know about oxtails. They know how to cook oxtails and stuff like that. I said, I bet they was good too. I said, I bet them oxtails was real good because you had all, like I said, they were from different, different countries and stuff. And they knew about oxtails. You had some from the Bahamas and Jamaica and all these other places, and then you had the Asian cooks and all of that. So they knew what they was doing when they was cooking. And so they had the different stations. They had a hamburger and hot dog station, like, I ain't gonna say for kids because grown-ups eat hamburgers and hot dogs, but they had the hamburger and the hot dog station. They had all the condiments to go with that. They had French fries and all of that. One day they set up a Mexican buffet where they had all the trimmings, because one particular day we didn't like what they had on the buffet. I mean, like the dinner. And I told my cousin, I say, this ain't cutting it. So we kind of ate a little bit, and then we went on downstairs. She said, I said, let's go in the buffet. Now, that's one thing about Royal Caribbean. Before you go in their dining room, they direct you off to the bowls to wash your hands. Don't nobody go in their dining room without washing your hands first. And they got on both sides. And then, when one person finished, they direct you. Even people in wheelchairs, that scooters and stuff, they direct you to the little handicap thing, wash your hands. And they act like they playing shuffleboard because they moving back from side to side to make sure you just don't get through. Now, I'm not saying everybody or some people don't get through, but I would say 95% of the people they catch. And then those people, they go immediately, they know, they go and wash their hands. They don't have no problem with it. The kids and all, they go wash their hands. You never heard nobody arguing about why I got to wash my hands or none of that. People just, when you know the routine, you just go to the left or the right. The big sinks they have, you go there. It's got the soap and the thing to dry your hands and all that. You wash your hand, then you go in the dining room. Now, you could touch stuff and put your hands somewhere else, but at least they know you stop there first. And then when you come in, they had like a alcohol stand or whatever for your alcoholic beverages or whatever. But for the most part, their buffet is top tier compared to Carnival. And then you still have the dining room, and then you still have the other places that you can eat at. And, go to the movies and the casino and all that. We went in the casino, but I ain't do nothing but give some money because I'm not a lucky person at the casino. So I just should have just went in there and gave them my money and then came on out. But I didn't spend much because once I seen that I wasn't it wasn't giving like even the cherries to keep winning or to keep you going. I said, this is it. This ain't for me. This ain't for me. You done ate the money off my car. You done ate the money off my car. Well, I got to pay that. Nope. I went on ahead and quit gambling. I say this ain't for me. I like to shop. Let me go somewhere and buy me something. That's why I like to put my money where I can see it. So I love to gamble. I love the casino. I love the scratch offs and stuff like that. But when I get to the street, like I bought a couple of scratch offs and stuff last week and this week. Last week I did win, and to keep me to play again or whatever, put a little in my pocket and spend a little. And then this week, the time I bought them was a bust, so that's gonna be it for a while for me. I ain't gonna keep spending money and I ain't winning nothing. I did play the Powerball. I played it the Monday and the Wednesday. I got one number both times, and that was the number 4. So I guess maybe the next time I play, I'm gonna play the number 4. So anyway, my cousin ended up going. That was her first cruise, and it was on Royal Caribbean, and it was a wonderful cruise. And I told her, I say, really, from Carnival to Royal Caribbean and Princess are bougie cruises compared to Carnival. Carnival can get a little raunchy, and they've had fights break out and stuff. I'm not saying fights don't break out on there, but it's more people, more reserved, and more a different class of people that was on Royal Caribbean. It definitely was. So everybody got along with everybody. Everybody was talking to everybody. People, wasn't stuck up and trying to get on the elevator. They hold a button for you. It was just a different atmosphere. It really was. It really was. Um, One of my great nephews, he got put in timeout. So the first night yeah, it was the first night. No, the second night. The second night we got on there, we got to our table, and he's sitting over there at the table by himself. So it had 3 other chairs. So it was me, my cousin, and my dad. We went ahead and sat there, and his other siblings was at another table. And I say, man, why you sitting over here by yourself? Mama, he had his head down on the table. My mama put me in time out. I say, in time out? I say, well, what you do? He said that he didn't listen to something she said, so she put him over there at the table to sit by himself. His other siblings was all sitting together and looking at him and whatever. They was having a good time. So he sat over there with us. And why did she do that? So he was just a little sad or whatever. So they brought a basket of bread out. And I say, well, I'm gonna eat a little piece of bread. I'm not gonna eat too much bread. I say, because then it's gonna make me full, and then I'm not gonna be able to eat my food. So buttered the bread, and I had my little piece of whatever. So he got him a piece of bread out of there or whatever. He ate that little piece of bread. Next thing you know, he put his hand in there again to get the other piece of bread. I say, you like that bread, huh? And he said, yes, ma'am. So next thing you know, the waiter come and he bring another basket of bread. I didn't fool with it. My cousin didn't fool with it. Here go man sticking his hand in the bread again. Getting some bread. He trying to butter the bread and ain't buttering it right. So I say, you want me to butter your bread for you? He said, yes, ma'am. So I took and I buttered his little bread for him. He ate that bread or whatever. So it was time for the waiter to take our order. So then they had the little stuff for the kids at the bottom of what they gonna eat, but they can eat other stuff too. But they had like a little menu. I read off to them. I say, got chicken tenders, got grilled cheese. I said, got a cheeseburger, French fries, and drink and all that. So I named off it. He say, I'll take a cheeseburger, please. And I just got tickled when he said that. He said, I'll take a cheeseburger, please. And I said, well, do you want French fries or what you want? He say, fries. I said, do you want ketchup or mayo or stuff? I take some mayo and stuff. So the waiter said, he said, I'll bring that to the side. So I got everything for him. And I be doggone. And then on the beginning for his appetizer, he got a fruit cup. Nice thing of fruit cup. He ate that. Waiting on our food or whatever. Man that stuck his hand in there again. Man that had 4 of them rolls. I say, you really like these rolls. I say, you're not going to even eat your food. Shoot. My cousin couldn't stop laughing at him. They brought Man his cheeseburger. Man ate his cheese. I put him some mayo and mustard on his cheeseburger. Made sure he had some ketchup for his fries. Man ate that whole ham cheeseburger, them French fries, and I say, "You full now, ain't you?" And he didn't answer. I say, "You want some more?" He shook his head like, "Yes, ma'am." I said, "You want another hamburger?" He said, "Yes, ma'am." I said, "Boy, where you gonna put that food at? You just sat up here and ate all the basket of breads. Now you eating a cheeseburger." Waiter came out there. I said, "He is not full. Can you bring him another cheeseburger and fries?" Because normally when they take your order, when they finish with that portion, they going on to something else. So I tell anybody, when you get your appetizer, say like, I like the cocktail shrimp. And I'm always ask them how many shrimp you get. So if they give you 3 shrimp, I know that's not going to be enough. So I'm going to tell them, give me 2 cocktail shrimp. So I'm going to make sure I end up getting 6 shrimp. So I tell people that's how you order. But that's another story. So they bring Man another cheeseburger and stuff. I put the stuff on Man cheeseburger. He ate that cheeseburger. And I said, "I know you don't want no dessert." He said, "Yes, ma'am, I do." I said, "Well, I be Joan Brown." So got him some ice cream. Ordered him some ice cream for his appetizer. Do y'all know Man wanted another scoop of ice cream? I say, "Boy, where are you putting all that food at?" But in the meantime, in between time, his mama come to check on the table of children. She look over there at him and say, "I told you couldn't have nothing to eat tonight. You been bad. So you're not getting nothing to eat." I looked at her. I say, he is at the table with me and your pawpaw, and he gonna eat while he over here. I don't care what you say. I'm overriding what you say." And she looked and she just shook her head. Okay. That next day, Man wasn't in timeout. Guess where Man was sitting at? At the table. We walked up. I said, "Oh no, I know you ain't in timeout again." He said, "I'm not in timeout." I said, you ain't in timeout tonight? You didn't do nothing?" He said, "Mm-mm." I said, "Well, why you sitting over here and you ain't sitting with your brothers and sisters?" "I like sitting over here with you." I said, "Well, baby, you can sit over here with Auntie. You sure can sit over here with me. I don't mind." And so the next day, ordered Man food. I already knew how Man ate. We let Man take control of the basket of the rolls. The next day, I say, "You want something different than your cheeseburger?" "No, ma'am. I want the same thing." Same thing went on for Man that whole trip. Now, the other table, it's a different story. My niece adopted some additional children. So, what is it a basketball team or she got a little team? She got a little team. And they at another table. And it was the other waiter and stuff. And boy, when I tell you, them children ate, they worked the hell out of that. Them 2 waiters that was at that was helping them. So I had to help them out because my niece, when it's another adult around, it's like she get a break. She's sitting way somewhere else, away from the children. She looked back at me, looked back and saw that I was sitting closest to their table. And at one time I was telling them something, and then I had got up to chastise them about something. I guess she say, we gonna let you take care of him. I ain't even worried with him no more. And I mean, when I say she didn't, when she saw me over there just, telling them this or whatever. So I told the waiter, them children was running them ragged. I want a cheeseburger. I want mac and cheese. I want this. I want that. All of the children just hollering. My other nieces and nephews, they just, everybody wants something different. Right? So I got over there. I said, hold it. Hold up. I say, sir, let me help you out with each one. What do you want? You want a cheeseburger and french fries? You want mac and cheese? Or you want some chicken tenders or whatever? So most of them got cheeseburgers. Most of them got chicken tenders. Then my one nephew, he was a big boy. He the biggest one. So I told him, I said, the child's menu ain't gonna do you no good. I say, so you order off the big person's menu. I told the waiter he needs to order off the big person's menu. He was so happy I said that. So he found himself on the big person menu, and it went so far like that. I had one little niece got mac and cheese, and she was sitting by big brother and little big sister. They were supposed to be helping her, help feeding her. Child, when I tell you, that table was a mess. My little niece, she threw a tantrum because they wasn't feeding her like they were supposed to, and the mac and cheese ended up on the floor. Her juice that she was drinking ended up on the floor. That floor looked like, oh my God, that floor was horrible. Because she kept getting frustrated because they wasn't feeding her. So what she did was you know how them children wipe their hand across the table? She wiped that stuff right up on the floor. And then got mad because she didn't have nothing to eat. So I told her, wait a second, we'll get it. It was so bad. And my sister-in-law looked over there. We took some napkins and put it over the food on the floor. That floor was horrible. Them kids had to tear that floor up. They was working the hell out of the waiters. And so I told her, I said, let me help y'all. So then after they finished what they was doing, they liked that the ketchup. The ketchup was a little sweet. So they was just dipping their fries in there, eating the ketchup, eating it, doing that. And just yab, playing with each other and stuff like that. And I said, y'all better eat your food and leave this juice and all this stuff alone. I say, don't bring them no desserts until they have eaten this food. I said, I will tell you when they can have a dessert. Boy, you should have seen them little jokers eating that food. But they got some get right in them. They got some get right in them. They start eating that food or whatever. I said, because y'all not getting no dessert. So after they ate their food, I told the waiter, I said, okay, they can have dessert. And so all of them wanted ice cream. I want ice cream. I want some ice cream. I wanted some ice cream. So the dessert was ice cream and a cookie. They ate that ice cream. They ate their cookie, and they wanted some more. The waiter say, "Who I want? Y'all want some more?" And they was like, "Yeah." I say, "Well, who I want some more ice cream and the cookie?" All of them raised their hand. That waiter got smart. You know what he did? He brought out a plate of cookies, and all of them got another 2 scoops. So they end up with 3 scoops of ice cream and a plate of cookies. And after that, I told that waiter, don't bring them nothing else. I don't care if they throw all the cookies on the floor. Don't bring them no more cookies. Don't bring them no more ice cream. They done had 3 scoops of ice cream and I don't know how many cookies each one of them had. Plus they had their food, and I think all of them wanted additional hamburgers and chicken fingers. Them little kids act like they had a tapeworm or something. So they ate. But that table, I tell you, that floor, they had tore that floor up. That table was tore up. And the waiter was like, thank you, ma'am, because all of them kept wanting this. They kept wanting that. I said, I know. Kids going to try you. I said, so bring them some more ice creams. I said, can you give them 2 scoops? So he gave them 2 scoops the second time around and bought a plate full of cookies. He didn't have to worry about them no more because I told him, don't you bring them not now, nothing. Don't bring them nothing else to eat. So that table continued throughout the cruise like that. And I told my older nephew, I said, y'all need to feed your little sister, uh, so she won't throw the food on the floor. So I got up after I finished eating and stuff like that. And before I ate, and they had brought her some food, I went over there and I fed her and stuff like that. Cause she was too small, so I fed her and stuff, and that kept the food off the floor, and that kept her from having a tantrum. But then I looked over there. She then turned around in the high chair, and she hanging over the rail, the balcony. We was on the second floor. She then turned around and got her hands, and she looking over the balcony at the people down on below. Oh my God. I looked over there and I couldn't scream because I didn't want to startle her. I jumped up and I went over there and I grabbed her. I told her brother, I said, do you see what your sister doing? I told the other two, I said, do y'all see what your sister doing? I said, she done turned her all the way around in this high chair, and she is hanging over this balcony. I said, now y'all need to do better in watching her or whatever. I say, as a matter of fact, get her away from this rail. Get her away from this rail. That way we ain't got to have no tragedies on this ship of her going over and hitting herself and hurting herself and causing a demise of herself. I say, matter of fact, move this high chair. And I told the waiter, when we come in here tomorrow, don't put this high chair by this rail. Put her at the beginning of the table. And so that's what he did. Put her at the beginning of the table, because I looked over there and she was halfway over there. And she's a thickum too. It wouldn't have took much to just get a little bit more of her body for her to flip over that thing. Oh my God. I didn't holler. I just hurried up and sprung up and I grabbed her. And then that's when he looked and he said, oh, she trying to get up. I said, exactly. And I said, you not watching her. I said, y'all not paying no attention to her. I say, so right now, get up and move this high chair over and put it in the middle of the table. And I told the waiter, tomorrow when we come in here, this high chair need to be at the beginning of the table. It don't need to be on the side. I said, you'll remember, because you here tomorrow, you the same waiter. I said, I'm helping you out. And these same little cheering gonna be at this sitting at this same big table. I mean, they had a table of, let me see, how many? 10, 11. I think it was 14. If it could sit 14 children, 14 or 15 little kids at that table. It was a lot of them, because it had the other people kids on there too. So however many could sit on there, it was more than 10 that could sit at that table. So I told the waiter, I said, I'm helping you, I said, because them kids was, I want this, I want that. And he didn't know what to do because the mom wasn't over there. And he was like, I have to ask your mom, can you have such and such? So can you imagine, got to ask for each one of them kids because they wanted something or whatever. So Auntie took over. And I told them what they could have and what they couldn't have and whatever. Like I said, my niece looked over there. She said, waved her hand. She said, Auntie got her. And I helped him out. I told him what to do or whatever each day. And he said, oh, thank you. I said, no problem. I said, because them kids had you running. They had you running. You had to go get some help. I said, they had you going. So that was that fun thing on Royal Caribbean. And they had theme night and all of that and stuff. And one particular night, my niece had her and all the kids and stuff, they were dressed in African attire. They looked so cute. So cute. But to try to get all of them to look at the camera at the same time, child, that's a miracle. But she got them now. They camera ready, and they take family pictures every year at Christmas, and they They do pretty good. Now they all look at the camera at the same time, and so you ain't got to be fighting with this one or that one or whatever. And they camera ready. Um, and they are little travel kids. Those kids have more stamps on their passport than me. I think I really have one. Because when you're on a cruise, they don't really stamp your passports when you're going back and forth. They just, look at them or your birth certificate, and then you get back on the ship or you coming off the ship. The way is docked. Y'all know, anybody that's been on a cruise, the way it's set up. When the ship come out, they know you had to come off the ship unless you had rowed a boat through all that water, through that ocean. And then when you're going back, you just, you show the same thing, so they don't stamp your passports. So the only time I got my passport stamped is when I went to the Dominican. So I'm like, they done been to Paris, they done been to Spain, they done been some everywhere. They got multiple stamps on their passport. So they are frequent flyers, and I don't know if that was their first cruise or their second cruise. But anyway, hopefully we'll take another family cruise, because that was really nice. That was really nice. But going back to you, Masa, if you're listening, going back to that back pain and stuff like that, my mom had a scooter, and I asked my dad way before. I said, Dad, charge up Mama's scooter. I say, because I've been having problems with my back. It had just started. So I've been having problems with my back. And I said, it gets so bad till I can't hardly walk. So when I went into the doctor and I explained to him about the cruise and everything and what we was about to do, and matter of fact, we was going in the next couple of days. He said, well, I can give you a steroid pack. It's a Z pack. Yeah, it's a Z pack, because they give you a Z pack when you got the flu and all that kind of stuff. They'll give you that Z pack where you take 2 pills 1 day, 3 days, second day take 3, and all that kind of stuff. I done forgot how it go, but it's a 7-day pack and a Z pack. So he said, it may start working, or it may not. He said, I can give you a shot in your back. He said that will work quicker, but I can't say how soon it's going to take an effect. He say, but you already have the medicine in your body, and hopefully by the time you set sail, it'll start working. So okay, so Dad charge up Mama's scooter, and I want to take it with me on the cruise, just in case some days that I can't, I'm having some problems, because like I said, this was an onset back problem that I had no idea of. So okay. I kept asking him. Dad kept telling him, kept trying to remind him. The night before, Dad charged, make sure Mama scooter charge. I didn't charge that thing up. I heard you, whatever. Okay. We go down to the port to catch the ship. We got the scooter, because the scooter folded up, real small and all that. Get the scooter out, unfold the scooter. I tried to get on it. The scooter didn't work. So we're like, you must ain't turn it on right. So my brother, Mr. Know-It-All at times, he get on there and turn it on like he might have to push it and give it a shimmy. Scooter didn't work. Scooter come on, charge, saying it have some charge on it. The light is on. Scooter didn't work. We don't know why the scooter didn't work. What? I said, oh my God. I said, well, let's put it on the rack anyway, and let them take it up to the room. And then when we get in the room, I said, I'll put it on the charge again. Mind you, my back started hurting right then. My back was hurting me so bad. And I took some medicine before I left. My back was hurting me so bad till they had one of them big concrete pillars that was under the building. I went over there and I had to stand up against that big old pillar, and you could see it in my face. My sister-in-law said, "What's wrong?" I say, "My back is hurting me so bad." I say, "Can one of y'all go see if they got a wheelchair or something up there?" I say, "Cause I I can't make it." I said, "My back is hurting me so bad." She went up there. She said they don't have no wheelchairs. And we all standing around because we all had T-shirts saying about selling or whatever. And she said they don't have any wheelchairs. And I don't know if they didn't have any complimentary wheelchairs. I know at one time I think Carnival did have some, but anyway, I don't know if they was all gone or what, but they didn't have any wheelchairs. Mind you, this scooter didn't work. It's on the cart to go up to the room. My back is hurting. You got a long way to walk, because you got to get in there and go through security and security check and these long lines and all this kind of stuff. I was like, Lord have mercy, what am I gonna do? This about to be the worst trip ever. So my sister-in-law's sister, a friend of hers that was supposed to go, did not go on the cruise for whatever reason. She rented a scooter. So my sister-in-law's sister, she was kind of walking with a limp or whatever. So she was going to go ahead and use the scooter she had gotten a scooter that her friend was supposed to use, and she was going to use it. Mind you, I'm still over there holding up the pole, and she looked over there at me and she said, "What's wrong?" I say, "My back is killing me. I don't know how I'm going to get on that cruise ship." I say, "My back is killing me." I said, "That's why I'm holding up this big post right here." She say, "My friend not here. You want to use this scooter?" Ooh, Lord, I say, "Thank you, Jesus. Yes, ma'am, I want to use it. Yes, ma'am, I want to use that scooter. Please, thank you." So she let me use the scooter. I said, "Well, you need to use the scooter." I said, "You live." She said, "Girl, I'll be all right." She said, "I'll be all right. Go ahead and use that scooter." I said, "Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus." And I kept thanking her. So it was time to go. So being that I was on the scooter, went on the elevator, and they direct you in a different way. So I told my brother and them, I said, "Y'all come on, we all together. I'm on this scooter, so that classifying me as being handicapped. Y'all come on so we can get through the line faster." No, they didn't want to follow me. I guess because they shame I'm on the scooter. Well, guess what? I'm riding high. I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what I look like on this scooter. I can look like I'm 90 years old. But guess what? I ain't got to walk because my back was hurting. And I didn't have to do all that. I get on that scooter. We bypass everything or whatever. I get on, yeah, Carnival do have wheelchairs because they had to wheel me up one time for some reason. So anyway, I'm riding, baby. I get through security, they check me out and whatever, warm me up and whatever. I get on, I'm riding. So we get up to the room and that day and all of that, and she let me use the scooter that day. So I say, well, I guess I got to bring the scooter back. So uh, I called her and I told her, I say, well, you could tell your son to come get the scooter. And so he came, got it. So something happened and she called me back. She said, "You sure you don't want to use the scooter?" Well, by that time, he had left it on the outside of the room. The charge went down. So it had little charge on it. So she said, "You sure you don't want to use the scooter?" And I say, "No, I want to use it." I say, "But, I don't want to, hog it up or whatever." So the second, so she let me use it the first day. So the second day, she asked me, did I want, she was bringing the scooter back. Did I want to use it? I said, yeah. And she said, well, do you want to use it the remaining of the trip and just pay for the scooter? I say, oh my God, yes. I say, well, I hadn't planned, since the scooter wasn't in my budget. I'll go, can I give you half now, and then when we get home and I get to the bank and I can give you the other half. She said, yeah, that's fine. So as we went through the cruise, I was using the scooter and stuff like that. I made a mistake and went through the pool area. The water popped up in the scooter. So by the time we get back to the room, thank God, no, we didn't get back to the room with the scooter. The scooter stopped. So that particular time the scooter stopped, the charge had went out. We was in the dining room. We came out the dining room. We was getting ready to go somewhere else. Scooter stopped. Wouldn't go heat, wouldn't go hot. No plugs around or nothing. So I told my cousin, I said, Lord have mercy. We're going to have to push this scooter up to the room. So my cousin is kind of strong. So she picked the front of the scooter up. She said, oh, it'll roll. She picked the front of that scooter up and she pulled that scooter to the room. So I did all I could to get to the elevator. Got on the elevator. We get up to our floor. Why our room had to be down the hall. And when you hurting that bad, that looked like you walking that green mile. Lord have mercy. That was the longest walk. I looked down there at my cousin and she pulled in the scooter now. She pulled it all the way to the room and she hurried up and got in there because she said she had to use the restroom. I'm trying to get to the room. I'm scaling the wall with my back to the wall, holding the rail like Spider-Man. It took me 15 minutes to get down that hall. I was hurting so bad. She couldn't bring the scooter back to me. It ain't had no charge on it. I'm scaling the wall all the way till we get there. And I kept stopping. Lord, help me, please. And it seemed like every time I looked down the hall, it looked like she was further and further away. And I scaled that wall and was holding on to that wall, holding on to the wall. I had to keep stopping. She said, come on, cuz, you almost here. Come on, cuz, you almost here. I said, please keep encouraging me, please. By that time, I was close enough for her to say that. But to me, it still looked like she was a mile away. She said, come on, you almost here. Come on, you almost here. Boy, I got in that room and I fell on that bed. I said, oh, my God, thank you, Jesus. I say, please plug that scooter up. Please. I said, I am not going nowhere else tonight. Well, we had left dinner, so we was planning on going to walk the ship and look and see what was going on around the ship. I say, cuz, it's your birthday. I'm not trying to spoil your time. I said, plug the scooter up and I'm finna to lay down. I'm gonna be on my phone because we had bought the package where we could get out. We had Wi-Fi. That's what it is. We had Wi-Fi. She had it on her phone. I had it on my phone. I ain't have nobody to call back in the States. I wasn't worried about that. But I had Wi-Fi where I could look on YouTube and look on the shopping network and just look at stuff to keep me entertained. I told her, I said, I know we were supposed to go walk the ship or whatever. I said, I can't make it. I say, so you can go and explore some things on the ship or whatever. Don't let me keep you from. I said, I probably have to do it tomorrow. So she went look and stuff like that, and I stayed in the bed and stuff, and I got me some pain medicine and got when my pain medicine kicked in, I got up to go freshen myself up to put my night clothes on, to continue to lay in the bed. And so that's what I did. So the next day, well, the first day, I'm jumping back and forth because I'm telling you about the cruise. What I did, since it was her birthday, and I know they do special packages or whatever, I bought a birthday package where they gave, I don't know why they give chocolate cake and don't give you an option. But anyway, they had gave her a small chocolate cake and they put a birthday candle in it. And then I paid extra and they put streamers. In the room from the ceiling. They put like a birthday hat on the mirror, to say happy birthday, one of them little party hats, but it was one that go on the mirror. Then the cake, they had it set up. Then on the door, before you get in there, it says happy birthday. Well, my cousin they had bags and stuff lined up on our side of the room. So when we got there, our bags were there. So she was so in tune to get the bags in the room. She said, "How you open this door?" And I told her how to open the door. She opened the door. She got the broke down scooter in there first, because she got that in there. Then she said, "Oh, we got a sofa." So I got in there, and she got our bags in there. She put it on the sofa. I say, "You walked in here, you don't see nothing?" She said, "What?" She looked around. She said, "What I'm supposed to see?" She didn't pay attention that she moved the streamers out of her view or nothing like that. I say, if it's a snake, it would be biting you right now. I say, "You don't see them streamers coming from the ceiling?" She looked. She said, "Oh, God, I didn't see that." She said, "I wasn't paying no attention to that." She said, "I guess I'm so excited. I wanted to get our bags and stuff in the room." And she said, "I didn't see that." She said, "Lord, I didn't see them streamers coming down from that ceiling." I say, "Not only that, you didn't see that big birthday sign on the before you came in?" I was taking a picture. I was filming her as she was going in. She didn't look up. She looking down, trying to get in the room, looking down, getting the bags. She said, "What birthday sign?" I got up. I opened the door. I said, "What this sign say?" She said, "God, I didn't see that." I say, "See, if it was a snake, it would have bit you." I say, "Now, go outside the room. I'm going to close the door, and you make another entrance into the room." So when she stood out there, she said, "Lord, I didn't see that birthday sign." I said, "Now get your key and open the door." When she opened the door, she realized the streamers that was coming down. And the streamers, I had several streamers coming down, and they said, "Happy birthday." I said, "You see what they say?" I said, "All they say, everything says happy birthday." I say, "Look at the mirror." I said, "Don't that mirror say, look at that mirror. It got a party hat up there." She said, "I didn't see that." I say, "Look at this." I pulled the thing up. I say, "Do you see this cake?" She said, "I didn't see none of that, cuz. I didn't see none of that." I say, "But God, dog, I guess it defeated the purpose for me to get this set up for you, to make it special for you on your first cruise. Plus, it was your birthday." And she hugged me. She said, "Oh, cuz, thank you so much. Thank you." She said, "I wasn't paying attention to that." I said, "Yeah, but a snake, it'll kill you. It would have killed you for your birthday." And she said, "Oh my goodness." So we had we left the streamers up for the majority for day 1 and 2, and after day 2, they got on our nerves, because they was so long till it's like you pulling curtains back to get to pass them. So I say, "Well, you can go ahead and take them down." And I say, and keep them, put them in your luggage to remind you that your cuz did something special for your birthday. And so she said she had the best time on the cruise for a birthday. She said, "I kept her laughing." The second incident with that doggone scooter, we was on the scooter. I made the mistake to pass all by the pool area. And as I was going, the water, didn't pay attention that the water was popping on the bottom of the scooter or the motor. Okay. So after we did that, they ate the heck out of them ice cream cones. When they found out it was that soft serve ice cream cone, my cousin had got to the point she would get her 2 at a time. She said, "Cuz, this ice cream is so good." My little nieces and nephews, they was tearing that ice cream. My daddy, everybody was tearing the ice cream up. I couldn't eat the ice cream because I'm lactose tolerant. Now, I could have ate it, but the room wouldn't have been pleasant. So to have a pleasant cruise, I didn't eat no ice cream. And I tried to stay away from eggs and dairy. A lot of stuff bothers my stomach, but I just try to stay away from it. So everybody eating ice cream and all that. So we were going back up to the room. I think we was either gonna change or we were just gonna chill a little bit till it was time to go eat. Oh no, yeah, we was going back up to the room, and we had a little bit of time, but we was gonna go back up to the room, chill a little bit, because we were going to dinner, and that was gonna be uh captain's night. I think that was captain's night. I think it was. So we was going back because that's the night we all dress up and everything, and we all fancy. Coming back from the pool, get to the room, the scooter stopped. So I said, oh my God, I can't believe this scooter stopped. So while the scooter stopped, thank God my nephew, my niece and my nephew and the two kids was coming down the hall. So I say, nephew, I say, this scooter didn't stop. Can you help Auntie out to see what's going on with it? I figure he's smart because he's a chemist. He's a chemist, so I figured he could figure out what was going on with the scooter. So he looked, he took the battery pack off. He said, oh, it's all wet. I say, oh, that's right. I rode by the pool area. So I got some towels and we dried it. Well, I ain't gonna say I lie. He took the battery and he dried the battery off real good and got in where he could get in and where the battery go at. He dried all that off the floorboard and everything, because when he took that battery pack out, it was plenty of water up in that area. So he dried it out and everything, and he put it when they was coming, and when I say, nephew, can you see what was going on? And with my little baby niece, she could just say a few words, and all she would say is oh, because I got a video when I kept her, and she laying on me, and all she was saying was oh. Why this child, when I'm on the scooter and I'm stuck, and I say, nephew, can you help me? The next thing I know, she say, uh-oh. I looked at her, we fell out laughing. I say, children say the darndest thing at the right time. They say the wrong thing, but it's at the right time. She looked down at me and said, uh-oh. That was one of the words, that's the whole thing she really could say. So anyway, nephew cleaned the scooter out. They went on about their business. It started back up. They went on about their business. I straightened the scooter out. I'm coming through the door. The scooter stopped. The scooter stopped again. Now I'm stuck in the doorway. I couldn't get off the scooter to the right. I couldn't get off the scooter to the left because it was a wall, then the door. I'm stuck. I couldn't get out the scooter. Off the scooter. I told my cousin, I say, I'm stuck. I say, this scooter stopped. Y'all know my cousin fell out laughing. She fell out on the bed laughing. She laughed for about 10 minutes. At first, I was laughing with her. Because it was funny. Because I couldn't go I couldn't go high. After she laughed for about 10 minutes on that bed, I said, girl, come help me get out this doorway. And every time she was getting ready, she say, wait. She picks up her phone. She was getting ready to videotape me stuck in the middle of the doorway. I say, if you videotape me and put me on Facebook or send that to anybody, I say, you won't make it off this ship. I say, I'm going to kill you, DEAD. I say, I'm going to KILU and you going to be DEAD and you won't get off this ship. I say, I promise you. And not only that, I was using some ugly language. I say, you bet not videotape me being stuck through this door. By that time, I got mad. Now, how I'm going to get an attitude with her, and she got to help me get out the door. So, again, my cousin, she a little strong, because she used to rock her children until I don't know how old they was. And they was some hefty-sized children. Or carry them on her back and stuff in the house or whatever. She picked up the front of that scooter with me on there, and she drug it enough in order for me to get off that scooter. But we both laughed after that. But when she was trying to take my picture with me stuck in the door on that scooter, I say, now ain't this some shit? This doggone scooter gonna stop, and I'm in the middle of the doorway. Boy, I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't do nothing. So uh after that, got out, and the scooter was dry. And she said, well, maybe we ought to take the battery pack out and just charge it up and let it go that way. So we did. We charged it up. And by the time it was time to go get dressed and go to captain's night, it had a good charge on it. And I got dressed and everything. And we went on to captain's night. And captain's night, we were all dressed up. And my little great nephew, we got in there. He's sitting at the table, his little black suit on with his little bow tie on, and he just sitting there grinning, waiting on me to come. And we did that. But I got stuck on that scooter twice. I said, not again. So I made sure every night that I charged that scooter up. I charged that scooter up every night. So I wouldn't have that problem no more. Yeah. Yeah. So I didn't see your comments, because if for some reason this thing don't it don't go up. I want to go to Jamaica too, Marcy, if you still looking. I want to go. Listen, I want to go to the Jamaica, and I want to go to the Bahamas. Those are two places that I want to go. Long distance, further than that, I don't know. My brother and them is planning a trip to go to. They're gonna travel to Italy, and then they're gonna do some other stops. So it's like it's a 7-day cruise, and they have to fly into Italy, and then it does other, like a 7-day from there, and shoot with an inside cabin. The cheapest one I seen was like $1,900. You could say $2,000, and it's my cousin. I said, "You want to go?" She said, "I wouldn't mind going." She said, "Girl, I ain't paying no $2,000 to go on that trip, and then I got to get a flight too. I got to get a flight to come to Houston, and then we fly from Houston to Italy." She said, "Girl," so I put back on the big message that she say she ain't going. I guess she don't have the money to go. And then she responded back, "I didn't say I didn't have the money to go. I said I ain't paying that kind of money to go on the trip." So she say, "Are you sure that's how much?" I say, "Yeah." And so I hit my sister-in-law's sister, the travel agent. I hit her up, and I say, "Is that the less expensive room?" She looked down there. She said, "Yeah, but the other one ain't but $50 cheaper." I say, "Well, can you give us a total with the inside room for 1,900 and the flight?" She said, "Normally they'll do the flights." She said it was a flight for $600, so um, I guess she didn't find it, or she didn't get back with us or whatever. So my cousin say her final word was she wasn't going on that cruise because she wasn't paying that kind of money. So I said, "Oh well." So I asked my sister-in-law Sunday. I said, "Y'all still going on that trip?" She said, "Your brother say it's too much," because they was gonna have to pay. They was paying much more than that, because they always get a room with a patio, or either a patio or balcony, whatever it is, where they can sit outside. Whichever one that is considered, they usually always get a room like that, or her sister will upgrade them in a room, something like that, depending. I ain't no guarantee she gonna upgrade me, but she'll upgrade them, to a better room. So he say he ain't going, but he gonna go. I said, "Yeah, he going." I said he gonna fuss the whole way paying that money. I said, but he gonna go. Cause like she booked him a trip to Alaska, and he said they really enjoyed that trip. They really did. But yeah, so I convinced her. to go on a cruise with me in April for my birthday. She said, well, since you went on a cruise with me for my birthday, I guess I'll go ahead and go on a cruise with you. I say, well, I don't want to do tit for tat. I say, but I really would like for you to go on the cruise. I say, I want to go back on Royal Caribbean. I say, but you want to go on Carnival. I say, don't you remember when we got off the dock, off our ship, and a Carnival ship pulled up? And I don't want to stereotype nobody, but the ship came from New Orleans. Don't you remember the people getting off that ship and how they were kind of rowdy and stuff? I said, you want to go on Carnival and then we get stuck with some people like that? She said, yeah, I want the experience. But I think because her son, them, and some people from Louisiana, they tend to do what with one person do, the other one want to do. So her son been on Carnival, so now she want to go on the Carnival. I say the send-off on Carnival, I say, yeah, you have a good time. I say, because the send-off, you never know when the ship is going. And sometimes the music and you party so hard, you don't even hear the horn blow when it's time for you to take off, and you definitely don't feel the takeoff when it start moving, because everybody's having a good time. And whether you drinking, some people be drinking loaded and others don't be. Like I wasn't a couple of send-offs. I hadn't had anything to drink. I just had a good time with, the dancing and stuff like that. So she wanted to go on Carnival. So I got my sister-in-law's sister. I'll just say sister-in-law. I got her to book us on a Carnival cruise. So we going on a Carnival cruise, and we going to the same places they go every time. If you do a 5-day Cozumel, and you either go to Cozumel, Costa Maya, or you go to Cozumel and Progreso. And I've been on a cruise where we're supposed to get off at Progreso. That's another story. With my class. We did a cruise. So it went to Cozumel and Progreso. And then when I went with another friend of mine, we went to Cozumel and I want to say Progreso, or could it have been somewhere else? I don't remember on that one, but it could have been Costa Maya, but I don't remember going to Costa Maya. It may have been Progreso, but yeah. So everybody be saying, I ain't going on a cruise because I can't drink that much water. Well, you be in the air, you can't eat that much, can't eat that many clouds either. You can't eat that many clouds. A plane can fall out the sky just as much as that ship could have some damage in that water. When you get on there, you pray about it and you have a good time and let God deal with all of that. Hopefully the captains and stuff is sober and they in their right mind, and then when they see something, they can they get the weather and stuff in the reports, and they can turn them ships around if the weather's too bad or whatever. I went on a ship where the weather was bad, and I guess it wasn't as bad because that ship was we was on a lower level. So when the waves would hit the ship, I could feel it. You could hear it, boom. But I tell you, a cruise, that's the best sleep. I don't know if you get rocked to sleep. I don't know what. But when you lay in that bed and you call yourself going to sleep, when I tell you sleep good, you sleep good. And unless you are one that just springs up at a certain time in the morning, you will oversleep if you're trying to get somewhere, whatever. Because a couple of times I'm not a breakfast type person. I love breakfast food. But if like on a cruise or something like that, for you to wake me up and say, let's wake up and go eat breakfast, you can miss me on that. When I get up naturally, I'll get up, and if it's breakfast still available, I'll eat it. If it's lunch, I'll eat lunch. But don't wake me up to time about going to eat no breakfast. And I had already told my cousin, I said, I may go once or twice with you to eat breakfast, but not the whole time on this cruise. Don't wake me up. I say, and she was a baconator. She's a baconator. She loved bacon. And she would get up, put us some clothes on, go down there and eat us some breakfast. And bacon is what she wanted. Meat, but bacon. So I told her, have your fun. But The person that I had to chew out a couple times was my dad. He know the rule with me that I said a long time ago when I worked the 2 to 10 shift. Do not call me before 10 o'clock in the morning because I worked the 2 to 10 shift. By the time I went to bed, it may have been 2 o'clock, or sometime I would work longer than that, or I do a double. So don't call me before 10 o'clock because I don't want to talk to nobody. Same been for years. Even when I switched shift from 6 to 2, that went out the window. But when I retired and went back, don't call me before 10 o'clock. When I tell you they will wait till 9:59 before they ring my phone now, and if they call before that or whatever, they'll say, I ain't mean to call you and wake you up, but I want to tell you this. I'm like, And if I don't want to get up, that's all they get. Oh, well, I'm going to let you go. Call me when you get up. And hang up the phone. That's how I do if I'm sleeping. But they'll wait till 9:59 or 10 o'clock on the dot. That phone ringing. Ling, 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 ling. You up? And my daddy got it good. Oh, you sound like you up. No, I answered the phone, Daddy, because you program, your name is programmed, and your picture, I got your picture in here. So when I glance at the phone, if I see it's one of my family members, I'm going to answer the phone because I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to answer the phone. Even if you call me before 10, I'm going to answer the call because I don't know if something did happen. So, 5,000. Where did she go, Mousy? To Jamaica, 5,000? And she was on a cruise? Baby, she must have had a presidential suite. Oh my God. I wish I won't pay a five grand for a cruise on Carnival. She must have had a presidential suite. They must have had a suite with the balcony and all that stuff. She had to have for to pay that kind of money. She had to have a top of the line. Yeah, she had a top of the line. Did she go for 5 or 7? No, she had to go for 7 days. Either she had to go for 7, 8, or 14. Because I don't think they do unless you fly, I think, to Florida or a certain port that you can do a 5. Okay, she went on Carnival. That you can do a 5-day to Jamaica. And maybe where y'all live at, you can do a 5-day to Jamaica. But from where I live at, it ain't no way you're going to get a 5-day to Jamaica. You have to do at least a 7 days. Yeah, okay, yeah, 7 days. Yeah. I see what you're saying. That ups money, yeah. And she probably been there a little bit. So she can splurge like that. But I'm balling on a retired budget. So I can't ball like that. And like I said, I don't care to have a window or a port. If I get a porthole where I can look out of it, that's fine. Which I've had one on a cruise, but I ain't really look out that port that much because when I look out at the water, I get motion sickness. So I do take motion sickness medicine to cruise. So I can't. It's a certain way that the waves are going if I can look at it. But if they go in the opposite way that we going, oh, I get so sick. I get sick. So, yeah, I take motion sickness medicine. I have it in my like if I have a what you call that crossbody. I have it several places in my luggage. I buy several bottles because I think only 8 come in there. I buy several bottles, and I'm gonna have at least 2 of them on me, and I'm taking my motion sickness medicine round the clock. I don't go on a cruise without it. And I also bring my own over-the-counter medicine. Like for your stomach, Milana or Pepto-Bismol. I'm going to have my Milana with me. I'm going to have my Gas-X with me because you'll never know what food you eat and you're gassy. I'm going to have my Imodium for diarrhea. I'm going to have, what else I'll be having in there? I have some eye drops. I have Tylenol. Um, what else I have in that bag? That overnight, that little carrying case bag be full of over-the-counter medication. And my sister-in-law does the same thing. And then what she put in there, she put stuff in there for the kids and stuff. Because going in them gift shops trying to buy something on a cruise, or even if you take a flight somewhere, going in the gift shop trying to buy some Tylenol or something, you may pay $5 for a 2-pack of Tylenol. I mean, it's already outrageous. If you want a Hershey bar, you might pay $2 to $3 for a Hershey bar, or a bag of chips, or a soda. So I bring my own over-the-counter medicine. Whatever over-the-counter medicine I can think of, it's in that bag. And I bring it along with any prescription medication. So yeah. One year I was taking that motion sickness medicine, and I love strawberry daiquiris. I don't pay for a drink. Oh, and she probably paid for a drink package too, Mossy. That's something else. When one person purchases a drink package, the other person in the room have to purchase a gift package too. I think that's crazy. You paying $250 and you may drink 5 drinks at the entire cruise, where there's other people that's drinking they butt off. They getting every bit of that 250 drinking on the ship. When I went with my class, I didn't pay nothing. Yeah. So me and my cousin, we didn't pay for a drink package. We paid for straight trip. No drink package, because she don't drink that much. And if it's not a strawberry daiquiri, I can go and I don't have to have a drink at all. And my thing is, if I want a drink, I will pay for the drink separate, which I did one year when me and a friend went. I said I wanted a strawberry daiquiri. I drank that strawberry daiquiri, and I had them motion sickness pills in me. And I got on the elevator, and that drink hit me, and I was leaning against the wall, holding the wall up, and this man got it there. He said, "Yeah, I know the feeling." He say, "I'm holding on too," because we had to go up to our floor wherever we was at. We had to ride the elevator up or down to our floor, and I was holding that elevator wall. And he say, "I know the feeling too," and he was holding the wall on the other side. Boy, we was cracking up. That medicine and that drink had got together, and baby, they was fighting. I was so glad to get to the room. I had to lay down. Me and my friend, we laughed about that later. We laughed and laughed about that. But I had bought my own drink. And the drink, I think it cost me about $10 and some cent. But it was worth it, because I got the edge off. I wanted a drink. I wanted to taste it. I had that one drink, and I didn't worry about buying anything else. That was one of the expense out of what I had already paid. So that was extra. And then I'm snooping around the ship, and here I done found a dessert thing where they had all kind of cakes and pies and stuff. That was separate from the trip as well. That was one of them places that you had to pay for the cake or pie or whatever. And I got me a slice of carrot cake. That carrot cake slice was so big. I think I paid they charged me only about $7, I think, for it. That carrot cake piece was so big. I ate on that carrot cake for 3 days. I would take a little bit at a time. It was so good. Cause I mean, mind you, in the dining room, you ate in the dining room, you would eat they had dessert and stuff in there, so you would eat a little bit of that. But when I got back to the room, that carrot cake, and I would just take me a little bit off, and then I'd cover it back up. After the third day, I guess I guess our steward that was doing our room or whatever, I came back that fourth day, and my carrot cake say, "Find me if you can." He had then threw my carrot cake in the trash. I guess he said, "That's enough of that. You ain't ate this cake in 3 or 4 days. It's going in the trash." He had then threw my cake in the trash. I say, "Well, I be John Brown." I couldn't do nothing but laugh. Couldn't do nothing but laugh. But on that cruise, I found out I had gotten hungry, and I didn't eat much that earlier that day, but I got hungry that night. So they have like a sub sandwich place. It stays open, but I think it just stay open till 10. And it was just after 10. And then they had a pizza place that you had to go like toward the back of the ship. So I walked back there, and all they wasn't making no more pizzas, and all they had was cheese pizza left. I'm like, oh no, I ain't fit some food with this. And the only two I think they had was cheese, and then they would make pepperoni. But they was getting ready to close, and the only pizza they had was cheese pizza. So I said, ooh, I love some red velvet cake. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. When I like I say, when I went to Carnival, I went to that shop that cake shop where they had, and that was something different. And I seen all those desserts in there, baby. I got that carrot cake, and next time when I went down there, I went the opposite direction. I would not pass back by there in that thing, because that was gonna make me want to get something else. And they don't just necessarily, how can I say, cover it up. They put it on a plate. Uh, did I have to walk with that dessert like that? I can't remember. They may have given me a cover, but I did. No, I think they might have they put plastic over it. They put that saran wrap on it, and that's what it was. So that's it didn't have a cover on it, so they put it with some saran wrap. So like I say, every day I would undo the saran wrap and give me a little piece, give me a little piece, give me a little piece off of there. And I guess after a couple of days, I know about 3 days, and I guess after that he saw that, and I guess he say this cake ain't no good. That cake was still good. I was mad. Because he had threw my cake away. Shoot, that was my money. I was planning on eating that cake, but I just didn't want to eat it all at one time because it was sweet. And I didn't want to eat it at one time. So what I did when I went to the pizza place and the pizza wasn't, it just had cheese. I said, I guess I'm going to have to go to sleep hungry or whatever. I think I may have had some chips or something, but no, I don't think I brought snacks like I did when I went with my classmates and when I did with me and my cousin. Me and her each had a 12-pack of soda, and she had managed to smuggle a bottle of wine in her boot. She had managed to do that, but we didn't drink that soda. That was kind of a waste of money. You might as well, if you can, put you a couple of cans in your suitcase, which that'll just make it heavier. Put you a few cans of soda in there for when you in the room, because for the most part, we was taking over half of that soda back with us this last time. And like I said, you don't want to be weighing your suitcase down with all of that or whatever. But it would have helped if we'd have just took a couple of cans of soda, or we would have did 1 12-pack. And then when we finished, we could have split the rest of the soda that was left and took it home or whatever. But she wasn't going to take it because she had to catch a flight, and she didn't want her luggage to be over 50 pounds, because already as it was, she had to buy some bags to put some of them souvenirs in and to carry it, because her suitcase, she said, was right at almost 50 pounds when she came. So she had to use some bags to go, take some bags to go back, because they would yeah. Oh yeah, the communication. That's what I'm saying, Marcy. On this last time, my cousin wanted to. We had looked into it, and it was to be able to get the internet and to be able to like call to whoever in the States or whatever. You had to pay for that, and what we did was we were able to split it 3 ways with her, me, her, and my dad, and we split it to get communication, which I wasn't gonna call nobody either, but I knew my dad liked to look on his phone and look at the news, look at, Facebook and look at the news and get all upset about the president and all that kind of stuff. He worries himself and get upset. So I knew he liked that. So I was telling him about that. So, or in case he wanted to call somebody or whatever. So we split it. Uh, it really was a waste of my money. Cause all I did was look on the internet on Facebook and YouTube and stuff like that. I wasn't calling nobody, but she stayed on the phone with her children. She stayed on the phone. I say it didn't pay for you to come on vacation if you got to call them and tell your son, well, that chicken place stay open. Go over there and get you some chicken and stuff. I say, do you hear how you sound? I say, so is that what you do? Them overgrown age cheering? You all of them grown with the oldest two. They working and whatever. One is a nurse and one is a manager over Walgreens or CVS. And then she just had the baby boy, but he was in college and he had been in college 2 years. I said, do you hear how you sound? Telling him where to go to get him something to eat and don't do this, and telling them, well, make sure you wake up and do this. I say, you ain't enjoying yourself. I say, you ain't enjoying yourself trying to tell them what to do. So I say, you stay on the phone more than anything. But yeah, you have to pay for that communication. I say, shoot, I told her this time, I'm not paying for no package to talk on the phone. You can do that by yourself. I'm not paying for no extra package to be on the phone or the internet. I can lay up in the bed and twiddle my thumb or turn that TV on that's in there and watch whatever channel they got from I think it's Florida channels. There's certain channels they can get on there, but some of it is fuzzy or whatever. I say I will watch the fuzz until I fall asleep, or I will stay out the room until I get sleepy. I say, but I'm not paying for no communication this time, because I mean she stayed on the phone the whole time. Then other friends was calling. Well, where you at? Well, I'm cruising. Oh, well, when you left, when you coming back? You having a good time, this and that, just all the time, constantly. I say, you getting on my nerves. I say, we supposed to be having a good time and not always on the phone. I say, if you don't put that phone down, I know something. I say, I know something. And then where I was able to catch Ross on there, and she said, well, you listen to somebody telling somebody out for cussing somebody out. I said, yeah, that's who I listen to when I'm at home. She said, well, baby, she getting down on there. She said, all I hear is, she said, she is getting down over there. I said, oh, yeah, she getting on somebody. But I say she retaliating on somebody that done said something to her. So I would watch her, and then, just some other minor stuff, after she would go off, and I catch some replays of, at that time, I think, yeah, Day Day was on there, but she wasn't on there as much, and Marjanae, and I'm trying to see who else was on there. I think at the time may have been watching some ops, because I don't think too much of the people that's on the side that I watched was on there. If they was, I watched them or whatever. But for the most part, yeah, I said, well, at least I'm watching something and you over there on the phone all the time. I said, if you don't put the phone down so we can have some conversation and laugh and talk or whatever. So, I mean, we had a good time, though. We really did. We really did. She told me, thank you so much for making her birthday trip real special and stuff. So I told her, I just wanted to, I started to get some champagne. I said, no, I ain't getting no champagne. Because I don't drink champagne, and I don't know if she drank champagne, so I didn't waste the money on getting that. But I did get the birthday package for her. And they, did it nice. And then, of course, at night they turn back your blankets and stuff like that, and they put the little funny animals on your bed that they make out of the towels and stuff. And that was kind of where they put the TV on some soothing music or some kind of ocean wave, and they turn your lights down low, so when you walk in the room it's real soothing and stuff like that. And yeah, it was something, if you was hyped up before, when you walked in there, kind of like calm you down and soothe you. But yeah, they do stuff like that, and they make you feel special if they know your name. I did have a couple my trips. They did know our name. They would remember our name and hey, Miss So and So. Okay, you going out, Miss So and So? Yeah, you can go ahead and clean the room. We'll be back, or we'll put the do not disturb or do not clean or something like that. And then when we would leave, if we slept late, we would tell them to come, put it on there. They can come in and clean the room or whatever. So a couple of times I would say, I was in the bed and they said, we'll come back to clean your room. I said, look, I'm not getting out this bed. I say, ain't nothing wrong with my sheets. I ain't getting out the bed. I'm comfortable. You can clean it tomorrow. Just empty the trash can. My cousin said the same thing. She said, mm-mm. She said, just, you can empty the trash can and clean the bathroom, put some fresh towels in there, but we all right. We all right. And man was like, you sure? You sure? Yeah, we sure. Just empty the trash cans and put us fresh towels in there and whatever you gonna do in there, and we good. We ain't getting up. We ain't getting up. But my dad was a corporate. He got up every morning because he wake up with the chickens. So that did him good. He could go eat breakfast and drink his coffee or whatever, whatever. And boom, 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 boom. We jumped up the first day. We jumped up out of our sleep. We were sleeping hard. That's why I say you get some good sleep on the cruise. We were sleeping hard. We jump up. We look at the clock. It's about 8 o'clock, 8:05, something like that, between 8 and 8:30. And I was like, we was both like, who in the hell is that beating on our door? I know that ain't the cleaning person beating on our door. Get up. I put on my caftan. Had to find it first. Who is it? He ain't even paying attention. Who is it? He ain't paying attention. I swung that door open. It's my daddy. What y'all doing in there? I say, Daddy, we sleep. Y'all still in the bed? I say, we sleep. We had the light off and everything. He looking in our room being nosy. Oh, y'all got a nice room. Daddy, I would like to get back in the bed, please. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to let y'all get some sleep. I'll see y'all later. I say, go find you something to do. Next morning, boom, 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 boom. It's almost 10 o'clock. But by that time, we done had a good time and we ain't getting up. My cousin get up this time. Uncle so-and-so, y'all still sleep? Y'all said y'all go get up by 10 o'clock. Well, we resting. Daddy, we on a cruise. We get up when we want to get up. You get up with the chickens and you up at before 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, what gets me? Why you ain't go to my brother's room and knock on their door early in the morning, bamming on their door? That's what I asked him. I said, why you don't go bam on their door early in the morning? Oh, shoot, I don't know what room they in. I say, well, you see them every day. Why don't you ask them what their room number is? And tomorrow, go boom, 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 boom on their door and wake them up. Because I could hear my brother now. Man, I ain't getting up. I don't know who that is, but I ain't getting up. And my sister-in-law would probably get up and open the door. And he'd be like, what y'all doing? Every morning, knocking on the door. Knocking on the door. Daddy, we'll see you when we see you. I ain't coming over here tomorrow. Thank you. Next day, boom, 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 boom. The whole trip. I said, it don't make no sense. I say, you don't go knock on your son's door, but you come and wake us up every morning. I say, all the time, I don't want to get up. That's why I don't get up and go eat breakfast. I get up when I want to get up. I'm on cruise. I'm on vacation. I'm not going to the breakfast, to the dining room and the breakfast with everybody with no caftan on. I'm not going down there with no caftan and my head tied up like in the country they say in a kerchief, a headscarf on my head or a bonnet on my head. I don't roll like that. I don't move like that. I'm gonna go in there with some clothes. I'm gonna go in there dressed decent. I don't go nowhere like that. I don't go outside with no bonnet on. I barely go outside with my head tied up. I'll take my headscarf out and then go outside. Now I'll go outside with my caftan on, or they call them muumuus, but now when you look in these magazines and stuff, they'll call them caftans. They're very colorful, and people go out or whatever. Now if I'm going to the hospital or something like that, yeah, I'll put it on. But just to be walking around there outside in general population like that, no. I put some clothes on. I get decent. No. So I'm not gonna just throw nothing on and go get no breakfast. No, my cousin didn't do that either. She would throw on a short set and stuff like that, and to go eat her breakfast, go eat her meat or whatever, and then she come back to the room and by that time I've been and got up. I'm circulating around. I'm freshened up and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. And then by when it's time for lunch, 11, 12, 1, whatever time it's over with, I'll go in there and I'll eat lunch. Go in there and eat lunch. Now, that is going to hold me all day. So by the time we go to dinner, I'm eating, but I'm picking. I'm picking over my food. I can't eat a full meal or whatever. Especially if we got steak and baked potato and stuff like that. Yeah. The only time we stirred away from it is when we left. We got some food and we didn't like how it tasted. I think I got some eggplant something. But anyway, it was something on the dinner menu that really didn't set horses with me or whatever, and with her either. So when we got up and we left there, we went downstairs and we saw that the buffet was open. But they had closed pretty much everything in the buffet, but they had one little section, and it was the Mexican stand, the Mexican restaurant set up. So I cased it out. They had a taco salad. They had everything that you could make a green salad or whatever. I think they had beans and rice. They had fajitas, everything for the fajitas to dress it up. Then they had nachos, and I wanted some. Well, the taco salad, somebody they had just finished it, and he said he was gonna make some more. So I looked, and they had chips for the. I was gonna get some nachos, and they had the queso cheese. I said, bingo. They had the meat to put on it. They had the sour cream, the guacamole, the pico de gallo, the whole kitchen sink, whatever you throw on the nachos. But I like queso cheese. I like the queso. I don't like the bake on the chip. I fixed me a good old thing of nachos, and my cousin got her some fajitas and rice and beans. And then I said, they got some cornbread over there too. She said, they got some. I said, yeah, they got some Mexican cornbread. She got that. Boy, we sat over there. You swear we hadn't ate in days. But we were so glad we discovered that they had the Mexican restaurant open, that side of the thing. And then the captain and some of the crewmates, that was I guess it was their lunchtime or whatever, and they know what time to come down before it completely closed, and they restocked. They had came down, and that's what they was eating. And I say, well, if the captain down here eating and some of the crew people, who driving the ship? My dumb butt say, who driving the ship? Well, I forgot. They can put it on autopilot. They can put it on autopilot, and then they have somebody watching it, but he put it on autopilot. He come down and eat, or either they'll bring him something to eat. But the captain or the co-captain was down there fixing them some food, and then they gave them a cover, and they took their food back up or whatever. Because the first thing came to my mind, well, if he down here eating, who driving the ship? So maybe we need to go up there and see what's going on. But when I was talking to, who was I talking to? And I might have been talking to somebody that worked there, and that was the captain stuff to come. He said, yeah, they come down and eat in the dining room and stuff like that, or they can order from the they come down and get food at the buffet, or they get something from the dining room if it ever closed by the time they go to lunch. And I say, well, when they do that, who driving the ship? They say, well, they could put it on autopilot. I was like, oh, okay. That's when I learned something new that day, that they could put it on autopilot. But yeah, that was so funny to me. Afterwards, when I found out they put it on autopilot, but I wasn't laughing on the beginning about that. I was serious on that. What it is y'all doing? So yeah. But that was the Royal Caribbean. That was a real good cruise. And uh we were getting clearance to get off the ship. My cousin went first. She got off the ship, and I was coming through with the scooter. I thought they was just gonna let me, wand me with the wand and then let me go through. No, I had to get off the scooter. They had to warn me, and then they warn the whatever they do on the scooter. They wipe something down on the scooter, some kind of security thing, and then they turn around and get the scooter on the other side, and then I had to walk. They had to help me because I told them, I said my back is killing me, so they had to help me to on the scooter. And then I got on the scooter, rolled across the ramp, and Lord, I almost ran into one of the crew members because I couldn't stop the scooter. Screw that scooter gone wild, and it went kind of fast down that. When I was going down the hill, I was trying to trying to go slow, but next thing you know, that doggone scooter took off, and the man was saying, "Stop, man, stop!" He had to jump out the way because I couldn't stop the scooter. Finally, I realized which button I had to do to get the guy. I got nervous too. Shoot, I got nervous too. He had to get out the way. And then when I turned the scooter, I almost tipped over. They were like, "What? Be careful, ma'am." But before I got on the scooter, I'm listening at my daddy. He trying to come through clearance, and the man had an accent. And the man was asking my daddy, he say, "Is your name such and such?" He was saying my daddy's name, but by him having accent, my daddy say, "That ain't my name." And the man said again, "What is your name?" And so my daddy repeated his name. He said, "Yeah, you such and such." My daddy say, "That ain't my name." He wasn't understanding the man repeating his name, but the man had a real thick accent. So I'm over on us, sitting on the scooter waiting on him. And my daddy say, "Man, that ain't my name. Why you keep saying that?" And I look back. I say, "Daddy, what's the problem? I keep telling this man what my name is, and he repeating something, and that ain't my name." I say, "Well, Daddy, tell him again." So I listened to what the man was saying. He was saying my daddy's name, but he had a thick accent, and my daddy wasn't understanding him because the way he was pronouncing it. I say, "Daddy, he's saying your name. He just have a thick accent." And my daddy say, "Oh, because he calling me something else. I ain't going to answer to nothing that ain't my name." I was like, "Daddy, Lord have mercy. We going to go to jail. We going to jail because you got somebody's name on this birth certificate. He's saying it. And you saying that ain't your name. Lord, we going to jail. We going to jail." I had to go and listen to what the man was saying. He was, "Man, that ain't my name. My name is such and such." And the man say, "Yeah, that's what I said." He said, "That ain't what you said. That ain't my name. Whatever you calling me, that ain't my name. I had to listen. I had to listen real good because my daddy, I said, Lord, we going to jail today. So when I listened and finally got it cleared up, got the name right, he was able to cross over the ship and we got off the ship. I say, Lord have mercy. My cousin died laughing. She said, I was wondering what was holding y'all up. I said, girl, the man pronouncing daddy name and he ain't understand it and he talking about that ain't his name. Boy, when I told my brother that at dinner, they almost laughed under the table. My brother was like, what did he say? I said, the man was saying it this way. I said, he was saying his name, but daddy wasn't understanding it. And I say, daddy said, man, that ain't my name. I don't know what you calling me. My brother and sister-in-law almost laughed under that table. Boy, that was so, we laughed at my daddy for about 30 minutes at that dinner table. My brother said, what you say? What he say? What he say? And I would tell him, he say, Lord, he said, that's just like daddy too. He said, that is just like that. I said, That said, that wasn't his name. He ain't answered to no name that ain't his. He said, I've been this name for 79 years and you ain't supposed to call me nothing else. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. I'm glad I was paying attention and I was listening because he had held up the line. He back there arguing with this man for about 2 to 3 minutes about his name. And the man looking at his birth certificate and pronouncing his name. I say, Lord, we going to jail. Say, we going to jail for sure. But I got it straightened out, so we was able to get off or whatever. So I rode the scooter while they walked and stuff. And by the time we shopped on the little island or whatever it is and stuff, they was tired and they had a tram coming back. And I think the tram was, I think it was like $1 or $2 or whatever to ride the tram, and the tram would take you back all the way back, and then between the two ships, and then you got off because it was a good distance to walk. So I end up while they got on the tram, and they had to wait till they fill it up. I just went on with my scooter and stuff like that, and then there was a man on the side playing his ukulele or guitar or whatever, and he had how they had they little cases of things out for money. And I stopped over there while he was playing, since he was entertaining everybody. I stopped and I put him a couple of dollars in there and I went on or whatever. My cousin and daddy say, at this point, I'm tired. I'm tired of walking. My cousin said, I don't care if it's $20 to ride that little short piece, I'm giving it to him. She said, because I'm tired and my foot hurt. I said, I told you about them little doggone sandals. You should have had some tennis shoes on, because it was a walk. She said, I'll have them on tomorrow. But yeah, it was like, I don't care if it's $20. I'm going to pay whatever it is. And my daddy was like, me too. I'm tired. So getting back from that off the little island or whatever, got back to the room. They went and rest. We rested until it was time to get dressed again or whatever. But yeah, that was the funniest thing. We couldn't get my daddy to understand that man was saying his name, but he had a heavy accent, a thick accent, and he kept saying that wasn't his name. So he held up the line at the getting off the ship. I say, Lord have mercy. Told my brother, I was so ashamed when I seen that line had been backed up and he up there arguing with them people that wasn't his name. But my brother and them laughed under the table about that when we talked about that at dinner. We laughed at my daddy. I said, Lord, bless his heart. Bless his heart. We laughed. He laughed about it too after I said it. I told him, I said, you done held us up on the ship and everything. I said, you just get good enough to get us, we would have went to jail. And that, it is true. They do have a jail on the ship. They got a hospital and they got a jail. So you can cut the food on there if you want to. They'll put you in that jail. And I wasn't trying to go and find out what it was. And then not only that, they'll put people in there to sober up. I wasn't trying to find out because I didn't want, when we got back to the dock where we going, I ain't want to have no policeman waiting on me. So yeah, they do put people in jail and let them sober up, or they'll send them to that hospital, let them sober up, give them some IVs if they pass out or something like that. Give them some IVs and watch them and let them sober up and all that kind of stuff. So I wasn't trying to have that experience. But that experience about getting off that ship, my daddy was like, that is not my name. And I was like, Lord have mercy. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know where my brother and them was. None of the rest of the family. It was just me, him, and my cousin. And I didn't know where nobody else was. And I said, Lord, they ain't gonna know where we at. But we got off of there. But that was the experience. But Royal Caribbean is a beautiful ship. It's a nice experience. The rooms were good. The entertainment was good. They had a 70s night. I wish I could post that video because it was so funny. I died laughing at them people trying to do the YMCA, that dance. Boy, I say now this is 70s and they was off beat, off rhythm, but I was cracking up. It was so funny. And they had the little 70s outfits on. Even a couple of them tried to have some afros and stuff. And boy, we was laughing. And the woman was trying to teach them to dance. And then, okay, here we go. And boy, they couldn't get that Y and that M and that C and that A. They couldn't get that coordination and do the dance at the same time. Boy, we was cracking up down there. That was some good entertainment. It was some good entertainment. So it did that. And then they had was it safari or was it dress in a native country? It was something else, another theme night. It was, I think it was three theme nights, and then you had the captains, something like that. But anyway, we participated. Oh, now that night I did put a caftan on. I did put a caftan on because it represented I don't know what country it was, but it represented whatever it was, and I did put a caftan on, and then the belt to the caftan I tied it on my head. That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. Or was it a Hawaiian night? Whatever it was, the caftan fitted the night, the costume, whatever it was. So I did put that on, but I wouldn't dare go and walk around in a caftan or a muumuu all day on a ship. No, and I wouldn't dare come to no breakfast with no bonnet on my head. That's an absolute no. I'm not wearing no bonnet on no plane. I'm not wearing no. That's not my character. That is not me. You're not gonna catch me with no bonnet on my head. And I got some with the rhinestones and stuff on. I ain't wearing that. I wear it in the room. I'm not going to no dinner room or nothing like that with that on my head. I'm sorry. That's just not me. Anybody else can do it, that's them. But no, you ain't gonna catch me on no airplane with my hair ain't that cute where I got to have it tied up to where we getting ready to go. I want to be cute on the plane, walking through the airport. I want to be cute through all of that. So I'm gonna be dressed to the 9-9. I went to the doctor today, and when I went shopping, they say, "Ooh, where you going?" I said, "I ain't going nowhere." I said, "I just came from the doctor." Dressed like that? I said, "I dress like this all the time going to the doctor." "Oh, you be zhuzhed up." Yep. You don't catch me going no any kind of way. Yeah, I'm going to be nice when I go to the doctor, because when they going to put in their transcript, this is a well-dressed black woman, that's what you going to classify me as. You ain't going to classify me as no anything. Nope, that's not me. Ain't never been that way. So that's that. Baby, I done talked my butt off tonight. But that's me. I'm telling my stories. Telling my stories. I really don't want to tell this one about the ship, but I'm going to go ahead and tell it, and then I'm getting off of here. One of my cruises on Carnival, me and my friend went. She's an older lady. She's about 10 years. She's in her 70s. And so, but we good friends. Thelma and Louise. That's our name. She Louise and I'm Thelma. So we call each other Thelma and Louise, when we together. So we went on down to get ready to catch the ship. And she said, did you get a text message? I said, yeah. She said, we got a text message that say, don't come on the ship at the time you assigned to, because we're having some technical difficulties or whatever, however they said it. But uh, report to the ship at gave us another time. So since we did that and we was already, close to getting where we was going, we stopped at McDonald's. And we stopped at McDonald's and said, well, we just go ahead and get us a little something to eat and kind of wait it out here. And then that way we ain't no more than about 10 minutes to where we have to go or park or whatever. So we got that. So we paid to park, and we get another text that we was delayed again. So the ship normally leaves at 4:00. So the next text was that we had got a couple of texts, I think. But one of the texts was we was not going to leave at 4. We was going to leave at 8. They was working on the ship, and then they was waiting on a part. So they let us board the ship. And of course, you can go and eat and all that. So what we did, we got in our room. We always unpack our bags. So we unpacked and we put our suitcases under the bed or wherever we needed to put them out the way. And we freshened up, and then we went to eat. I think it was dinner by that time. So we went to dinner. And then after that, we kind of walked around a little bit. And by us kind of being delayed and all that kind of stuff, we was tired. So we said, okay, well, let's go on back to a room. So we had one of the port windows. And when we looked out the window from where our room was sitting, it was that area was lit up with lights and stuff like that. It kind of reminded me of like Vegas or something like that. So it was lit up and all that. So we, freshened up and put our night stuff on and got in the bed. And so we was laying down and we was talking to each other and stuff like that. So then we started getting sleepy. And she say, well, Thelma, I done took my little sleeping pill or whatever. I say, well, let me take mine. And so, we can go to sleep. So we talked, and she say, good night, Thelma. I say, good night, Louise. And then she went on to sleep. So it took mine a little bit longer. So kicked in, and we both sleeping. Oh, we sleeping good. We sleeping good. We get a thing on the loudspeaker. Attention, 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 all passengers. Attention, all passengers. This is the captain speaking. Unfortunately, we wasn't able to get the part and get the so that we could set sail. So we're gonna have to cancel this whole cruise because we couldn't get the part, and because before that they had already been that we wasn't leaving until late. We was gonna miss one of the ports, so they comped us for the ship being late leaving. Then they comped us the whole day that we was gonna miss because we was gonna have to miss a port. So we got some good money back. Okay, that's the start. But when the captain came over the loudspeaker, he canceled the whole cruise. So he said, unfortunately, we haven't gone anywhere. So we're canceling the cruise, and I'm sorry. We're gonna have the shuttle buses. Once by the time you get ready to embark, the shuttle buses will be outside. Those of you who have parked on the parking lot and have paid to park, they will be issuing your money as you leave the parking lot. And if you want the baggage handlers to get your bags, just leave them on the outside of your door, and they'll get your bags. Or you can take your own luggage off the ship. So I got up, I jumped up, I looked out the port, same scenery. I said, we dang sure didn't move and go nowhere. I say, I be doggone, we ain't went nowhere. Man, canceled the cruise. Boy, you talking about somebody was heartbroken. Heartbroken. So they was gonna refund our money and stuff. And so by this time, when you talking about canceling a cruise, all I want to know is when I'm gonna get my moolah. That's all I want to know. And they say, well, customer service have been contacted, and then they had already typed up a letter and everything, and put it on the door, or slid it under the door and everything. They had already did that, and was letting us know that customer service we can call customer service, and they direct us to everything that's going to be going on and all that stuff. So that's all I want to know is about my money. And so we got off the ship and everything, and they did. When we was driving off the parking lot, they handed our $50 back for parking. At that time it was $50. Handed it back to us, and we left. And we was like kind of devastated. We was like, golly, what about these people that's on got flights, and they flights is not coming back until they don't leave until such and such date or whatever. But they pay. I think they pay for them people flights and everything. Carnival took a hit on that cruise. They paid for them people flights. They in reality, they refunded our whole trip. Our whole trip. We got our money back by that Thursday or that Friday of that week, whatever week, the same week. We got our money back in our account. Like they said, we ain't have no problems getting money back, because they was already notified of what and whatever. We got all our money back, and then they comped us a whole nother cruise. So we got our money back for that, and they paid for us another cruise. Boy, you talking about some sisters was happy. Thelma and Louise was happy. We were like, this, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. They giving us a whole free cruise. Oh, man, I can't believe this. Child, Thelma and Louise, we rebooked our cruise. We rebooked our cruise. We had our money back, and plus we was going on another cruise. Oh, baby. Yeah, we lost that little week, but we were both retired, so it ain't like we had no job to go to. And I was like, man, I say, you wanna go take us a short trip or whatever? She said, no, I didn't got discouraged about going anywhere, so we didn't end up going anywhere. She said, really, some of my money was tied up. I say, shoot, I'll go ahead and put it on the credit card until we we get our money. I say, shoot, I got a credit card. I put it on there. If we want to go to the casino or something like that. She said, no, I don't want to tie myself up and get in that kind of debt. She said, I had the money that I was going to spend on the trip. And then, I didn't pay for my trip, and I don't want to, have to owe you any money or whatever. Once that money come back, I'll just, do whatever. But yeah, we got our money back and got a whole nother trip. Child. But it killed me when I looked out that pool, and I said, we damn sure ain't went nowhere. I said, come look. And she looked, I said, that's the same scenery I seen yesterday when I looked at this port. It's the same scene. We ain't went nowhere. So we had to get up, get dressed, and pack our bags that we had just unpacked the night before. Boy, we had some long faces getting off that ship. That particular day, I didn't worry about them coming. We drug our own suitcases off. She said, let's go ahead and take our suitcase out, because it'll take us too long to wait on them to come get it, and we got to go. Let's just, she said, I'll help you. I said, no, I got it. And we just rolled our little old suitcases on off of there and got through customs, getting off the ship or whatever we had to pass through or whatever, and got on the shuttle bus. They helped us put our luggage up there, and we was back. I don't know if anybody know the Southern Soul singer Tucker. He's a Southern Soul singer out of Louisiana. And we was on the bus with him. We didn't even know he was on the ship, but it was a Zydeco trip, because it was, I think, her niece or somebody of her niece that she knew. It was a certain type of trip with certain type of band and stuff, and we was gonna be able to. That's right, we was gonna be able to get in there, whatever. So when we got on the bus, I looked back and I say that's Tucker. And him and his lady friend at the time, they was on the bus with us, coming back, and we was just talking about, man, if they was disappointed or whatever. But I was like, yep, we didn't get to see Tucker that day. Tucker was on there coming back home with us on that ship. That doggone ship ain't went nowhere. So that was the only thing about that. I guess they got the ship, but when they come back on dock, the same ship that just came back is the same ship you get back on. Them people clean fast. Them people clean fast because that ship come back at 8 o'clock in the morning, and you got to get all these people off of there. Some people be in there eating breakfast and stuff and eat till they can't eat no more. And my brother and nephew, them two of them, that's gonna get some breakfast before they get off the ship, and a lot of people do. And so they got to wait on that, but they got to clean them rooms and stuff, and them rooms got to be ready by 4 o'clock. Now, sometimes they not ready, and they'll tell you to, go to the bar and sit at the bar and have a drink, and they'll tell you what time your room is ready. But they got to get them rooms ready at 4 o'clock for that ship to leave again. By 4. I'm sorry, the ship pulls off at 4, and your room may not be ready at 4, and your luggage may not be up there right then. So that's why they tell you to hang out at the bar, and then you go through the safety training, and then the carnival had this big old party send off, and you be forgetting about the luggage and all that other stuff, but after that you be ready to get to your room. Yeah, you be ready to get to your room so you can kind of lay down and freshen up or whatever. But some people just keep going and going and going and going, and they just party till they be sloppy drunk, sitting somewhere by the pool, sleeping, and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what happened. We got our money back though, so we didn't have to trip about that, cause that was a given. So like I said, I gotta ask the girl, do she got me as a frequent sailor on? Cause your card changes every time. I think every 2 or 3 cruises that you take on Carnival, and so this is gonna be my 3rd one on Carnival. So I need to see if she got me hooked up with my card to change. My neighbor and them, they go at least twice to 3 times a year. They cruise, and then I had an ex-boss that him and his wife, they get off the ship and then turn around and go back on the same ship and go back out on the cruise. That's how they book their cruises. That's how much, when people get addicted to cruising, how much they cruise. They come back at 8 o'clock in the morning, they hang around, and then at 4 o'clock they get back on that same ship and going back out. People do that all the time. Or they get off that ship and go to another ship that may go out 7 days or whatever. But an ex-boss supervisor of mine, him and his wife do it all the time. I haven't seen him post any pictures lately. But he ended up beating lung cancer, and I think she had some kind of illness. And I guess they said, shoot, we gonna ball till we fall. And they cruising every time you look around. But my neighbor takes one. She takes at least 2 to 3 times a year. Yeah. I think she got a Carnival credit card and she used that. But then she be complaining, girl, I need to give me another extra job. I say, if you stay off that cruise ship, you ain't got to worry about it. But that's you. That's you. I ain't trying to run your money, but she'll tell me, girl, I need to give me another job. You know anybody behind? No. No. Stay off that cruise ship as much as you go cruising. Every time I look around, if I don't hear from you or something like that, all I gotta see is you on a cruise and she be gone too. So yeah, people get addicted to cruising. You get in a depressed state when it's time to come back home. You be like, dang, we coming back home. God dog, I done had so much fun. I ain't ready to come back. That'd be everybody mood. Everybody. And then you have the ones that, get sick and whatever and have a miserable trip. Because I had one coworker, she fish and go out on them little boats and whatever. And she said when she went on a cruise, she got so motion sickness and stuff. I said, you didn't have no meds? She said, no, I didn't have none. She she took a picture. She had the life jacket on. She was sleeping with the life jacket on because she had motion sickness. She had to go to the hospital for them to give her something. I don't know if they gave her IV or what they did, but it's kind of like once you get that motion sickness, it's like you can't get it off of you until you get off the ship. But she said she had got so sick that she said she didn't want to get off the ship. She slept with that big old orange life jacket. She took a picture. I said, you wrong for that. But she took a picture with that big old life jacket. She said I said, I don't understand how you got sick when you be on the boat fishing and all of that. I said, now that would make me sick. Be on one of them little boats and fishing and all of that, the little boat rocking and stuff. I get motion sickness on the ferry. It took one time for me to ride the ferry and I got motion sickness. And when I found out that they had some medicine for it, you ain't never had to worry about it again. That's why I go to Kroger and I buy about 4 or 5 bottles of motion sickness pills. And it come with 8 in there. I'm going to have at least 2 on me. And I'm going to have the rest, some stuck in my suitcase. I'm going to have them in the travel little bag I pack, my over-the-counter medicine bag. I'm going to have it in several places. And I'll be ready. I ain't getting stuck like that. And I start taking it before I leave home. Because they say take it an hour before you leave. So I'm about, I would say an hour and a half by the time you get off and pack and all of that. And then when I get there, I always have like a bottle of water. And then when I get there, it may not even be an hour, I'm popping another pill. I'm popping them round the clock. I don't want to get sick. And I think it's every 4 hours or every 6 hours. Well, whatever it is, if it's 6 hours, I'm popping it at 5. If it's 4 hours, I'm popping it at 3. I ain't getting sick on no ship and ruining my trip. Nope. So yeah, that's how I do it. But y'all, Lord, I done been on here 4 hours. I don't know who's still in this chat, but if you haven't hit the like button, can you hit the like button? Can you listen to some of my shorts I have? They are short. And I have 2 videos I think I've posted. I got a couple of lives to get me out there in the algorithm. And you don't have to listen to the whole live if you don't want to. Just listen to it at least 5 or 10 minutes, or put it down and let it play to get me out there. And subscribe to my channel so whenever I come on live, you can hear me. Like Friday nights, yeah. And during the week, if I don't have anything to do, yeah, I can get on here and I can just talk like I'm doing now. Sometime I'll come on camera, but when it's at night like this, I'm already in my bed clothes and I don't care to turn on the camera. And if I do turn it on, it'll be just for a brief second. If anything, I'll try to come on during the day while I'm dressed. But at night, when I turn down for bed and everything, I'm not going to be on camera because I got my bed clothes on, my head is tied up, and it just depends. I may come on and let my face show so people can know who they listening to. But I do have some pictures of me, and videos so you can see who I am. And like I said, I'll pop on every now and again. But I want to thank y'all for whoever is left. Marcy, you're the only one commenting, but it's more than just you in this chat. Thank y'all for listening. And I'm getting ready to get off of here. It's not really late for me because I probably won't go to bed till about 4:30, 5 o'clock. I'm going to get off here, watch some movies, watch some other content creators, replays, and things of that nature. And then you know, I got to chew my bubble gum before I go to bed. So I got to chew me some rounds of bubble gum before I go to bed, and then I'm gonna go ahead and say night night, and then I wake up tomorrow about like 10. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah, I don't really have nothing that I pressing that I have to do, but take some clothes back that I need to exchange. But I'll do that whenever. So with that being said, thank y'all for listening. And Marcy, I hope you feel better. And good night. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.